what life could be, living together in unity. 1,000 tribes and me. Thank you, Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, from the children of Enga.
That sets the scene for the Enga segment. Friends, please bear with us. Part of our Enga culture is we mourn, we offer condolences, and we pay tributes. And speaking is part of our cultural norm. So it's not unusual for an Engan to speak over a dead body. So we will try and be mindful of the times. At this juncture, I think I will call one of the sons of Enga, whose father was one of those, father was the first opposition leader of this country. When then Chief Michael Somare advocated for independence, he was in the opposition opposing that idea, saying that let's prolong for independence. History aside, son went on to become the member for Wabek, Minister of State, Acting Prime Minister, and currently Ambassador Designate to Japan. Sam Abel, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for your mission. Honorable the Prime Minister, Papua New Guinea, honorable members of Parliament, especially the governors, Governor for ECB, Governor for Enga, President of Bougainville, other ministers and leaders. As we mourn a great man, tonight and today, it just reminds me of the greatness of God. How He created heaven and earth and everything that is in, including us. And put Him all man inside the all Geraplong world. Put Him all man plenty inside the Papua New Guinea. And give Him ground and give Him man. All over the world, countries turned into their own countries and they developed, came up, but then the world faces its own challenges, wars and all that. Oli come up olsem the sol. Look olsem gori plane mi long come up long after the Second World War. This is the time Papua New Guinea became close to changing. But if you see the history, all World War now, all this like come up the soul. For some reason in the world, this country was never touched. Historic people came for gold and glory and all that in histories of the world. Here was a country full of gold, full of gas, full of everything, yet nobody touched it. God planned all of this. And just as He had put men in each continent, even in Africa, Nelson Mandela and others around the world, He placed this man here, the great chief. His timing of being born and coming up as a leader in this country is timing of things happening in the world. The world was changing right after the war in the 50s, going to the 60s, what they call the winds of change. And decolonization was spreading all around the world. The kingdoms and empires were changing. That is the time that Papua New Guinea was going towards achieving independence. And it is the time that our late Grand Chief came into power. I'm telling that because it seems that the history and the place of Papua New Guinea in the world is not a mistake. God saves this country in many ways. And we're coming to a timing now. And we can tell all the stories, but if you look at all of them and put it against that type of perspective, you will see that we are living in the time of God and His timing for this country. I must say that my father was self-educated. He was not educated, never went to school, but God also put him there. And he came up to become an opposition leader. But I recall those times. I was also studying university in 1975, and I remember that, Pasin, Bloenga, and Highlands, Hela, we are fighting people. That's a natural instinct to fight, and fight before you eat. And so when my father was heading the United Party and became a leader of opposition, all that, we Hangans, at least me and the younger generation at that time, thought we were at war with the civics, with the, people from Nambis. But there was one thing that I noticed about my father at that time. He should be the leader of the pack and going to fight and all that type of thing. But when he came down from Wabeg and Mount Hagen, flying out, back to Port Moresby, he always brought a plastic bag with him. I wondered what that was for. One day I went with him. We ended up at the late great chief's place and gave him those kumu. Then I thought, what is happening? We're supposed to be fighting. Many people have been writing in the Post-Courier and other media, and it is true. The Grand Chief was all of that, man of peace, a man who shaped up this country with his patience. And when I saw my father also giving this kumu and them joking and all that, I thought they're supposed to be fighting. What's happening? This is something that rested with me. And it is true what everyone has been saying. This great man was a man of unity. One thing that no one in Papua New Guinea should separate from each other. We should all live in unity. For us in the Highlands, and that's how my father got in to becoming a leader of the Highlands, separating and saying we are not ready for independence. And later, the Grand Chief confided in me. There was some wisdom there as he saw what is happening these days. Maybe we should have waited a bit, but that's history gone. He was a great man, and I was privileged to serve under him and with him and also help him out as his deputy and acting PM for a bit. But I think he would want us all, especially our leaders, to emulate him, some of the things that he did. And we know Manblo Korosquik, he is one of the most patient men. And so when we even had that situation of the government impasse, I went to visit him in Singapore, said, Grand Chief, I'm sorry, we've lost government. But he said, no, by middle of a fight, no one worry. But then when he came here, others with us, leaders like Honorable Patrick Proitz and others will remember, as we had decided to walk storm Parliament, you all have noticed, Honorable Member at that time, we went in the members' lounge through that entry there. But as we entered, I could not stomach the fact that people would say this or that. You would have noticed that although I marched with him, as we entered the Parliament, I stepped back. I cannot stand. I could not stand when people were ridiculing me and all that. So I stayed back and was grieved outside of Parliament. But as I spoke with him and later on, I saw that the man was once again a man of great stamina. And when he said he forgave, he forgave. It's all finished. I'd like to say that I also think the same. We have to move on. And so the great chief has shown us a way. Somebody said he's a great peacemaker, and he is. In all his life, everything that I've seen that have come up in the last couple of days, all the media, it's all obviously been about him being a very, strong peacemaker. In Papua New Guinea, especially us in the Highlands, we have to follow these principles that he said right up to the end of his days. Not to prolong, I just want to thank the Grand Chief for being all that he was. Even the people of Enga must realize it is he that gave us the province. When I wanted to help him as a minister of his government, when the LNG thing came, the Hellas, our brothers in Port Moresby, came up with a protest march saying, no Ella, no gas. No Ella, no gas. But God had appointed this already for me to do the submission for the Ella province by that time in 2007, 6, sorry. When I went to ask him, Grand Chief said, I asked him, Ella wants a province. And he said, Pigirini, Emhat, you sabe big palabrata kam asking me lo enga province, long 73, long Kisimenga also separate him long Western Islands. Me give him. Because this is the time me Chief Minister. Now me no Chief Minister, me Prime Minister to solve. All get a power and you plow Libya, I'm hard long me. And I said, me go try now. Because provincial, to change to give a province or those laws are in the Constitution, only the Prime Minister can change it. But I did all the submission and everything for Ella province and went through Parliament 2006, second reading. And I lost that election, 2012. But Ella came on and he was fully supportive of that, Ella province. I'm telling that story. I'm proud to see that today a Prime Minister came out of Ella. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for taking charge to mourn our father, Grand Chief. Thank you indeed. God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Semabel. At this juncture, I will ask two of our sons who have reached the pinnacle of their respective careers, one in civil service and one in politics. Let's all be mindful of the time, but let me now call former Chief Secretary of Government, diplomat, senior citizen of Enga and PNG, Ambassador Isaac Lupari.
Thank you. Thank you, people of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Lady Verenek, Arthur, Sana, Betta, Delcy, all the grand and great children, people of Burik Lake, Angaram District, and East Sepik Province. On behalf of all the educated elites of Hanga, all the public service in our districts, our provinces, also at the national level, let me take this opportunity to offer our sincere, deepest condolence of the passing of our founding father, Grand Chief, the Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE, on the 25th February of this year. Our prayers are with the family, relatives, and the people of Isipi. A strength of a nation can be determined by its ability to administer services for the betterment of its people. In Papua New Guinea, we are blessed to have the public service. To this day remains committed to a greater good and to providing frank, fearless advices to our nation's political leaders. This is the legacy of Grand Chief Sir Michael SOMARE. Sir Michael created a nation of 1,000 tribes. In doing so, he brought together the very best that Papua New Guinea has to offer. He harnessed talent, applied diversity that makes our country so unique to our public service, our national institution. He was, without doubt, a man of remarkable vision. In 1975, as our nation was founded, and as we say goodbye to a colonial past, it was Sir Michael who was at the hill. It was Sir Michael who laid before us a roadmap that will create what is today a modern state of Papua New Guinea. He recognized that with independence came obligation, a greater responsibility to take care of each and every Papua New Guinean and the citizens. That is why he is known as the founding father. He nurtured, supported, fought every fabric of his being to steer the country on a course of success from the free to the post-independence era. And of course, a critical part of this was the construction of the nation's public service. His vision was a public service that was robust, vibrant, efficient, and independent of politics. He believed that having a professional public service was key to achieving development, growth, prosperity, and improving the quality of lives of our people. Sir Michael had huge impact and influence on the public service as an institute, and every public servant of the past and present. Many of us have our own testimony of how the founding father had influence on our life and our professional career in the public service. No doubt these stories and testimony will be told from generation to generation. For us, Engan, he not only recognized us for our strength and ability, but more importantly, he believed in us. He had made it personal as a duty to mentor many of us. The success of many Angans in the public service today, in senior post, in the past and present, are indeed reflective of Sir Michael's love, stewardship, and undivided loyalty. Just to name a few: Masket Yangalio as Managing Director of National Development Bank, Air Niugini, and later Independent Public Business Corporation. Late Kopi Keporo as the District Commissioner for Henga, later as High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji. Se Injiao as the Chief Justice of the National and the Supreme Court. Eben Paki as the Ambassador to the United States of America. Fred Yakasa as the Deputy Police Commissioner. Brian Yobon as the High Commissioner to Solomon Islands. I witnessed that visit firsthand myself. As a young man in 1988, I first met Sir Michael as a newly recruited public servant. Little did I know at that time that I was going to go on to serve as a nation's ambassador to European Union and Belgium, and as the most senior public servant as Chief Secretary, all appointed by Sir Michael himself. But what I didn't know that from the first meeting was that I was in the presence of a great, humble man, a man of mere simplicity, a man that not only ever wanted was the best for his people, the best for this nation. Sir Michael not only transformed our public service and the nation, but he put in place a lasting foundation for unity that serves us to this day. One people, one country, one nation. National unity was the heart of his vision. He was a man of people. He refused no one. He listened to all. As the nation grew, he celebrated our success with us. When we faced adversity, he provided reassurance. When we endured natural disaster, he wept alongside us for those that were lost. He raised his family in a public high alongside Lady Veronica. Never once, when I worked with him, complained of the sacrifices that he made. His legacy continued through the contribution of sons and daughters to public life, which continue to this day. Sir Michael was regarded highly by his international peers. He developed strong and warm relationship with regional leaders, was always welcome with warmth whenever he traveled. He acted as the ambassador, not just for Papua New Guinea, but for all Pacific, including Melanesia, and he proudly took Papua New Guinea to the world. He maintained a foreign policy where Papua New Guinea was friend to all, enemies to none. In doing so, helped broker friendship that crossed political, cultural, ideological lines. That was the hallmark of a genuine leader, a great man. Never again will we have another man like Sir Michael. As Angans, we owe him for all that he has done for us. As public servants, we are indebted to him for his leadership, his vision, his legacy. But as a nation, we are indebted to him for all the sacrifice that he made. He has made. He lives a nation and a public service that mourns for the lost, but also we celebrate his life. Grand Chief the Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Murray. You will never be forgotten. You will be forever cherished in our lives. Lady Veronica, Arthur, Sana, Betta, Dulcie, Michael Jr., people of East Civic, thank you for his sacrifices. And thank you for sharing your death with us. May he rest in eternal peace. And God bless us all.
Thank you, Ambassador Eseglubari. Unusually, we are getting too long with too many speakers from Enga alone. Before we came here, the job of chairman of the organizing committee became difficult when too many people wanted to speak, because, you know, culture, they get satisfied when they actually cry, yell out and shed some tears. In replacement of that, since they're not going to do it, they said, we want to speak, so I have a big task in here. So to call on all of them and to honor the wishes of the committee and the people. And can I ask the ones who are coming behind as well to be a bit quick. And at this juncture, let me, please bear with us. When we call up another fine Engan who has reached the top of the judiciary, it would be amiss if we don't call him. He's with among us, a former Chief Judge of Papua New Guinea and one of the finest jurists, Sir Salamo Injia. Please come and pay your tribute to a founding father of this nation.
Good evening, everyone. Protocols observed. To save time, I will acknowledge the presence of each one of us. And perhaps it is sufficient for me to acknowledge the two heads of government that are here, the Honorable Prime Minister James Marape and the President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, President Ismail Torama. I've been asked by the organizing committee to pay tribute on behalf of the professional people of Enga. I will do exactly that, but I will also slip in a word on my experiences with the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare in my capacity as a public office holder. Because I believe if I don't pay tribute in that respect, then there will be a page in the book of tribute of the late Sir Michael Somare, which no one will feel except me. So if you can allow me at the end of my presentation to slip in a word on my experience with him in that regard. We will always remember the Grand Chief as the father of our nation. As all good fathers do, he taught us many lessons for us to emulate. To Engans, he was conscious of our historical origin as the last people in Papua New Guinea to be discovered by Europeans. And he had a particularly soft spot in his art for Engans. He created a new province for us out of Western Islands province in 1979. Enga held the title as the newest province in Papua New Guinea for a very long time before Ella province and Jiwaka province came along. He taught us to unite with the rest of Papua New Guineans and live in peaceful coexistence with one another. He created a socio-political and economic system that was best suited for us, and he taught us to apply them to our benefit. Above all, he taught us wisdom, which he himself had in abundance. He taught us to tailor and apply those structures and systems with the goodness of the people at heart. Among many personal qualities and characteristics of wisdom that he possessed, he had the foresight or vision for the future. He had a good sense of judgment. He had compassion and a longing for peaceful coexistence among us, his children. It is his legacies in those qualities which he left with us as a nation that will last for generations. Let me briefly explain these three qualities. Foresight or vision for the future. Let me go back to the year 1973, when I first had a glimpse of Sir Michael Somare. That was the year I was doing grade 7 at Pausa High School. He came to Wapanamanda. This was the time when the debates between the pro-early independence, led by Chief Minister Michael Somare, and the anti-early independence movement, led by opposition leader Sir Te Abo, reached its peak point. The debate centered around the people, the people's preparedness for independence. The two leaders conducted a better part of the debates at Wapanamanda and Wabag, which were the hometowns of Sir Te Abo. I made it my business to attend the debates conducted at Wapanamanda because of my connection with Sir Te Abo. Sir Te Abo was looked after and raised by the people of Sac Valley, where I come from. When Sir Te Abo was small, he was raised in the Sac Valley because he and his father and family had fled Wabag, which was plagued by famine. So I developed a liking for him. The debates went something like this. Sir Te Abo said, "We do not have our own laws." Michael Somare said, "We will make our own laws." Sir Te Abo said, "We do not have the money to run the country. Where are you going to get the money from?" Somare said, we will make our own money. Tayabo said, we do not have enough educated people to run the public service. Michael Somare said, we will produce them. Tayabo said, we do not have our own technical persons to do complex things, like fly airplanes and build bridges. No doctors, no lawyers, no judges. Michael Somare said, we will produce them too. Little did I know that Sir Michael Somare meant every word that he said, because I was too young to understand then. On reflection, I've come to understand that he was speaking to me directly and personally, and everyone who heard him in those days must have felt the same. Sir Michael Somare worked very hard to realize his vision, and I'm sure that he died a happy man, having witnessed for himself his visions have been realized. Today, there are many Papua New Guineans, and especially Engans, who have become professionals like me. We have benefited immensely from him. And we are extremely thankful that he gave us that opportunity. Now, if this is not evidence of visionary leadership at its best by any standard, national or international, then I ask, what is? Good judgment. The relevant period in time is the time that he was a lawmaker in Parliament. The period was from 1972 to 2017, when he served as a member of Parliament. He was a leader of the parliamentary executive and also a leader of the opposition. He taught us to exercise good judgment, to make good laws that serve the good of the people. In his term, he made tons of good laws. But he also taught us that human beings are not infallible and they do make mistakes. But he also taught us, if you do make mistakes and someone points out that mistake, you must accept that you made a mistake and then amend or make amends. In his term, he oversaw the passing of some questionable laws. When the Supreme Court corrected him and set aside those bad laws, he was gracious in accepting the decision of the Supreme Court. A few examples will do. In 1979, Parliament passed the Intra-Group Fighting Act, which provided for presumption of innocence. For presumption of innocence to be replaced by presumption of guilt. And it prescribed punishment for tribal group leaders and members who participated in tribal group fightings to be punished under this presumption of guilt. The Supreme Court struck down the law. Parliament has not revisited or reenacted that law. So Michael Somare accepted the decision of the Supreme Court. In 1980, Parliament passed the minimum penalties legislation, which removed the sentencing discretion of judges for serious crimes and prescribed minimum penalties. The Supreme Court struck down that law too, and he accepted the decision and never revisited that legislation. In 2010, it was his government that enacted constitutional laws which compelled members of parliament to vote on important constitutional matters in accordance with the resolution of their respective political parties. The Supreme Court struck down that law too. He accepted that decision. There are many other legislations that the Supreme Court struck down which were enacted in his term, but time does not permit to go on. But those three examples will suffice. In his term as a legislator, he taught us to exercise good judgment in making laws, and if we were to falter, and when told by others that the action is wrong, to not lose face and still exercise good judgment by accepting criticism and making correction and making amends. Compassion and peaceful coexistence. The years were 2011 and 2012. He was dishonorably removed as head of the parliamentary executive when he was on his sick bed overseas. The Supreme Court twice restored him to office. Twice, the parliament and the executive resisted. He, in his wisdom, taught us to have compassion for our people and even those of our adversaries, and to avoid doing anything that would harm the people. He did not raise his hand or voice in anger. I really don't know what was going through his mind, and we will never know. But if I were to put my own spin to it, what he did or did not do in this trying time was an act of compassion and the longing for peaceful coexistence of his children, which comes only from a fatherly figure like him. It's a rare quality. He taught us to live and coexist peacefully with ourselves and to seek peaceful resolution of our disputes through consensus. And if that were to fail, then to resort to lawful means in resolving them. I followed his political career after I heard him in 1972 and learned a few lessons myself from him and applied them to deal with my own challenges in public life. This reminds me of what he wrote in that book that he spoke so passionately about, the Constitution. In the preamble or introduction to the Constitution, he wrote this: "We, the people of Papua New Guinea, acknowledge the worthy customs and traditions and traditional wisdom of our people, which have come down to us from generation to generation. And we assert that we reject violence and seek consensus as a means of solving our common problems." Papua New Guinea, I believe, today is at the crossroad. And it so seems that we are at a crossroad at this very juncture on the occasion of the departure of our father. The culture and evils of violence is breathing down on us every hour and every day. It's breathing down on us, on our families, on our governments, on everyone. Violence is seen and felt everywhere, even in some very unlikely places, among very unlikely people too, from whom no one expects violent behavior, and perpetrated among very unlikely victims that are helpless and in need of our protection. I have been myself a victim of this violence, and it is not a good thing to be exposed to violence, even though I come from a province that is known, and I quote someone who spoke earlier, that it is a violent province. I don't like it. And if I don't like it, no one likes it, not to mention those helpless victims that are subjected to this violence. If we do not conduct ourselves by this legacy of peaceful coexistence and denunciation of violence, now and each death gives us a good opportunity to reflect on this particular legacy and act appropriately, our journey ahead as a nation is going to be difficult. On behalf of the people of Enga, myself, and my family, I offer our deepest condolences to Lady Veronica Somare and the children and the grandchildren and his friends and relatives, and especially the people of East and West Sepik provinces. We thank the late Sir Michael Somare for his service to the people of Enga province and the country as a whole. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, former Chief Judge Sir Salamo Ijia. I think we'll have the second last speaker. One more speaker before we have Enga Governor to close this occasion of tribute. At this juncture, let me call one of our Engan sons too, under the leadership of late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. He was able to realize his full potential as a leader and politician in Parliament, and who rose to become the deputy leader of the late founding father of National Alliance Party in late Michael Thomas Somare, and the island's leader then, and now he's a former member for Kandip, Mr. Don Pompole.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Peter Mission and Kalikan. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable Joseph Marape, co-chair in the morning, the Governor for NCD, was Pakop, the President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, President Ismail, our governors, ministers, our family rep, leader of National Alliance Party, Memphis Atabalumi, Patrick Provides, and Governor Sipi. Fellow Maunus, Katanga Province, Bougainville, Manus, it was a divinely gift. A gift from the divine source itself. A gift of love and happiness freely given to Papua New Guinea, to the people of Papua New Guinea. A gift in soul so extraordinarily great and enriching. A gift of personality so loving and so caring. So patient, so pacifying and unifying. A gift in leadership, so true and so sincere. A leadership of credibility and integrity. Leadership pacifying. Leadership inspiring. One that transformed. The gift of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael. The late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was a gift to we, the people of Enga Province, and to the rest of Papua New Guinea. Was a blessing. Was everything that a young man, a young woman would want to see in the leadership, in the character, in the personality. I am humbled and honored to stand even in his death as his prodigy, to pay my respect and say a small word of tribute to this man that I know from 1972 to the time when I was opposition leader and he retired in politics. The Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare to me was an enlightenment. Enlightenment to the building, the laying the building blocks of a country in the making. He was laying the foundation of a nation that was in formation. He was a light, a builder, and an architect. He championed his other colleague pioneering leaders in this country. He led the way. At that time, when Papua New Guinea was still to be enlightened by development and modernity, a light was needed. A light was needed to illuminate a country that had been fragmented and the people divided by German New Guinea and British Papua, by political and by colonial rivalry. Well, the powers were announcing their ambition in this part of the world. Our country was fragmented and divided. Our people were divided. The Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was the perfect light that unified the nation, brought the people together, unified a country. The task that was so difficult for the imperial powers to do, he did it with no problem, with ease. He did it competently and with capability that had been lacking in his colonial rules. As a young man coming into politics in 2002, I started seeing the goodness of this great man, the extraordinary greatness of Somare. I could study when I was a minister in cabinet. But before that, as a young boy in 1972, I was in Kandip when we had this severe frost, and there was this famine, and people were dying. He went for food. He went for food rations. And I heard this name, Michael Somare. We heard that he had sent rice bags and other foodstuffs to feed those hungry in Kandip. I was 5 years then. My mother told me, Somare is sending food, but in their language. My father and mother never spoke the Pidgin or the English. She said, Somare am rice pesam. Rice ipabum. I do not know how she learned of the name Somare then. In 1972. I'm sure the late Teabal must have told our people. And the rise came. The rise came, and our people were saved. Young people of my age will know this. People in my peer group today can testify to this. But I was lucky. I was lucky that the people who brought in the rice rations also took me away to be raised in Western Islands province. And as a young man, the name Somare became a household name to me. The name Somare saved our people then at that time who suffered from frost. Somare was a salvation then. Working with other leaders like Sete Abel and other leaders then. In the same way, Somare talks of some of his stories in the colonial era when he was pushed at the back of a vehicle, a running jeep, with the dust and the rain that cold, they sit at the back. When the colonial masters, they drive in the front. When come to accommodation, they live under trees in the bushes. All the bosses would live in good tents or good houses. In those times, of course, there was no good houses then, but they were living in tents when they were doing the patrols. But a treatment. And when Somare, he laid down the building blocks of this country and handed the colonial rule. He also saved this country from the discrimination that we saw, like he saved Kandipians from the frost. Let me also share with you very briefly some of those attributes that I've seen in him as a leader in cabinet. In 2002, I sat in the cabinet with Somare as the prime minister. And the economy had gone so bad. The foreign reserves had dwindled. The interest rates were high. The investments was dry. There was no business investment in the country. And I asked this question, Grand Chief, so Michael, what do we do? Do we cut all our salaries? As a very new young politician to the scene, did not have much idea as to how we can fix the economy of the country. He said, son, don't worry. We'll drive a policy called the export-driven economic strategy. At that time, the Chief Secretary was Joseph Kalino. And I remember that. And the country from 2002 to 2009, 2010, under the leadership of SOMARE, we changed the country's economy around. And if you look at some of the records there, especially in the World Bank records and reports, and the country's trust reports, you'll find the economy of the country did turn around from a very, very poor state in 2002 to a much healthier state in the years after. I agree with Sir Solomon Inchia that he was very objective, very visionary, knew what he was doing in economic management. I learned those traits from him. I also learned one thing from him. The rule of law was very important to him. The state institutions, the processes that are established under the institutions of state, institutions of governance, they're very important. He could not allow any of his ministers to breach any of those procedures. He always abided by them. An example was the Ombudsman Commission then referred him to the Leadership Tribunal. There was no complaint. He took it gracefully. He went through the process. It was so good. I learned from that. Like Sir Solomon Inchia said, the rule of law, the institutions of governance in this country, the Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare observed them because he had established them. And I learned from that if this country follows and complies with the rule of law, then this country cannot crumble. The country stands as a strong economy, as a strong people. There's another thing I found that I learned from him also, and that is he never discriminated amongst people. He was a unifier, somebody united. Even if under very difficult circumstances, he solidified the country into oneness without any discrimination at all. And such is very difficult to do in a country that you find many ethnicities. Cultural diversity is very challenging. And there is one of those videos that I find that even after he is passed, it's a future that we will have to develop as a nation, to unify, to remain together as one country. It's very important. Let me conclude. Finally, that I saw in the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, the spirit of loving and caring. He had love in him that motivated his leadership. Every policy that came out of his cabinet or his leadership was all motivated by a desire to love and serve his people. A bigger desire to serving the people of Papua New Guinea. I found it very interesting. In a materialistic world today, it is very difficult to allow your mind to be motivated by that love. But he had it. So I say, the Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was not ordinary, he's extraordinary. One of the greatest gifts that given to Papua New Guinea. And with him there was happiness and love there. The only way we can honor him and respect him is to try our best to live some of his principles. To try our best to live some of his principles. It's not easy. The shoes that he has left there are so big, so huge. But the encouragement is there. The challenge is there for us to respect and honor him by living some of those values and principles that he lived. Let me just say that the people of Pacific, over the last 40 to 50 years, they continue to vote in St. Michael over those long time. It's the longest serving member of the parliament in the Commonwealth, nothing in the world. And we thank the people of Pacific for that support of leadership consistency that they provided. Probably that's what we need in this country too. I'd like to also acknowledge Lady Veronica and the children in Beta, in Sana Somare, in other Somare, in Delcy, Junior Michael, that the great chief that we know, his greatness came from within him, the power within him. But also that power was partnered by the love and the comfort and the support that the family provided. We thank and we give our solidarity as people of Enga and sympathy to the family as well as the people of Pacific in this time of bereavement. We thank you very much that we as Engans, we can share this sorrows and sympathies with our other friends in Papua New Guinea. And as one of his protege, Grand Chief St. Michael, I salute you. Farewell. Goodbye. The only best thing that we can do is to remember him and live the legacy that he lived. The physical and the bodily Grand Chief St. Michael Thomas Somare will return to dust, but the spirit of love and care that he left as a legacy will live on in us in the many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don Pole. The next speaker was supposed to be one of the Enga members of Parliament, and State Minister for Finance and Night, Sir John Pundari, but taking into consideration the time, he was humble enough to pass on the opportunity to speak here now, because he says that he will have an opportunity to speak in Parliament. And I'm quite delighted with that decision. Thank you for your consideration, humility to accept that because we are dragging on time. So without further ado, I just ask our final person on the line to speak tonight. Actually, this is organized and under his leadership. It's Enga Governor, Chief Sir Peter Ibadas.
Thank you. Me acknowledging presence of Prime Minister Blimi, the Honorable James Marabe, President of Autonomous Region of Bougainville. Me acknowledging presence of him. Now I'm time Blimi Laenga, so Toksabe also am Prime Minister and President. Time Oli Olim GSP meeting long Bougainville. Tubla wante mi agree long imi enga by Ostim next meeting blow long. Plus blow yumi so. Me got thank you long. To Prime Minister and President long. Looks well engana. Next important meeting back come up long. Enga. Me to acknowledge him all governors, all members of Parliament, ministers, Excellency, Lady Veronica, all Pikini, grandchildren, the people of Bougainville, people long Manus, people long Minuna Pulim talk. Along this country, imiga can passina. Minuna apologize long on behalf of the Inga because passing below imi Langola House Krai. And me plan innocent sing. Me plus a Krai. Time imi come, imi la cry na imi come. Unfortunately, you've all family no stop past them so. Imi cry ligli. That's all. Cry belum bila start yet. Besem passing below imi. Sample passing long Papua New Guinea. Time below you play guitar, sing. Tradition below imi also. So Prime Minister, you have sawe long. Way belong imi lainga. You go house cry. You cry with your heart. You cry good straight. You end up in this land them talk. Na planning man. Osem na trangu mi blaga plan speaker so lem passing blue me so please. This is no disrespect to our great leader, our father. It is our tradition. So mi bla bien in passing straight blue me. So online blue me all henga em ototoke em bien in passing blue me. So sorry long president na team blue na governor blue manus na people long manus imi pulim too much time to solem passing blue imi lopeless. So me ugara tok imi walking finish. Time money and I imi say story lo life long him. Now me total pisin because me like old man only look him imi stop lo Papua New Guinea mas harim tok lo me. Today I'm time blo cry long founding Prime Minister blo country blo me Papa blo me. I'm 2 weeks by me cry. Now you look him. How all people in country cry long him. How all he missing him. I'm not got money to him all cry. All people in this country is aware of him. I'm true leader. True Papa in this country. So when I'm up on all stop, all cry stop. Prime Minister now I may stop Prime Minister and I'm now organizing this plan. National House Krai. One time Governor Blom NCD. To organize him, I come stop here. Prime Minister, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I stop the life blong and me go. Oh, I me talk to here. I me talk to good la legacy blong. Good la legacy blong and good la story blong. Yes, story by start. That's all. What is this country? How may you me 1-1? All you blood man lo place. You me leader, you me church line. How may you me pay respect long him? Now look long, thinking long him long one time me kissing independence. Suppose me now he believe or some me Papa long country na way me running country me good la. Pasin blow me sampla imasanis. Time founding father blow this country me pass away. Now you missed up morning. Me la losing challenge. Every citizen of this country, how you may mourn. You must now reflect good long how we may serve now. This is a vision blowing. This is a vision blowing. This is a great leader blowing. You may not cry at all. And you may go man look ground. Time blowing me back home. And time blowing Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. And time blowing God give him long in. Em start na em kisima. Me bla to one kind. That's so for this country. Me believe us, and we've come to a crossroad. There's a challenge. I believe that imi yet must look. Country blow imi no run him good. The way the Grand Chief, imi like him. You may temper on the constitution. I'm taking plenty of time. Lo writing one of the best constitutions in the world. Or taking time lo writing this constitution. Mama law blow you me. I'm laying good foundation for this country. I'm like stabilizing this country. I'm like looking good blood on this country. Good blood on future generation. Lo imi henga, rest of Papua New Guinea, there was a vision to have a strong, vibrant country. Are we going to live and see that as we celebrate the passing of a great leader, the founder of this country, are we going to start changing our ways of doing things? Time will say, "Mimi no can porad lo tok. Em time belum em lo tok. Because Papa belum country em go now em sleep stuck. This is the right time for us, our current government under Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, the current parliamentarians, and everybody has to take stock. This is the dream man belum money die, great leader. Emi indai tami mamamas na indai yo. Ino hamamas. Da mi feeling mo sem. Mi no stop close lo em na mi basabe. That's what me think also. Em think me feeling mo sem. Emi no think also country ron sem. Emi like him. So challenge is that also. Time me appreciate in passing of a great leader. We, especially the new generation of leaders, must be more honest, committed, lo people believe. You look in grassroots the krai lo Papua New Guinea, and because I'm touching molia. Good leadership is good leadership when you got an attachment. A leader has an attachment to the people. Time Grand Chief in there, you look in this attachment there. Ogra kraya, or beginning cry, or labuni cry, ogra cry. I mean also make it attachment. So people believe long this kind, thinking emigat, vision emigat, leadership emigat. So as a conclusion, on behalf of the people of Enga, may like talk of them. This is the time. This is the time when we are mourning our great leader, the founding father of this nation, to correct things if we have not done things right. We have to continue the good vision, the good governance issues that he had into the future. Not to say that we are a failing state, but me believe also he got room long improve. Now to me believe also foundation from this country, way founding father from country he been setting. One time all colleagues belong to this time. I'm rock solid. Everything that they did, including the Constitution, which is the most important piece of legislation, I'm all working good through here. All working good through. You must behind him, thinking, na vision along this floor, great leaders. You may not gonna approach along sentencing law for personal interest. No God. You must sentencing law, suppose you may feel him, or it's the best interest of our country. So in a passing remark, let me pay him respect. Long founding father, blow me. Long country, blow me. Late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. While we remember him for the 2 weeks, I think every one of us should look into ourselves as leaders, as people, and see if we are living the dream that he had. He made a decision when it was hard. The country has been given to us. Em kisi mi kam give me good, you must make sure em must have good all time. Lo people blame me. So one time display, lo pasin belong enga. You go krai, talk you go. Na mi bla sa pinisim what them give him sugar cane. Or Coca-Cola these days. So me on behalf of the people of Enga, me bla bagi one kina lo is civic provincial government. Because you by got all Haus Krai lo lugar dim lo place. All land lo place so. Me ba ask him governor lo civic. Suppose you na plong kami yana. Me can on behalf of my good people of Enga, give this lo 1 shilling you go long. Haus Krai lo you long civic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. So, I think that concludes the lengthy but sincere apologies. I think the Enga chapter of the mourning and tribute for today. Thank you. I think maybe I'll also announce here that after the conclusion, it is also our culture that as soon as we come and pay our respects, we always depart so that we give way to others to do the same. So follow that tradition. Please apologies for those, for our friends from Manus province and autonomous region of Bougainville, that many others will stay, but rest of the audience will go and go home with the buses are provided. Thank you. Mr. Callaghan, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Peter Mission Yaki, moderator for the Enga Province segment this evening. Now, as I kindly ask our mourners from Enga Province this evening to rise and kindly exit on my left, out the exit to make way for the next contingent from the autonomous region of Bougainville. While that is underway, we now have a video presentation. And the video will be played. This video will play whilst our contingent from Enga Province move aside, kindly vacate in an orderly fashion, whilst allowing the contingent from the autonomous region of Bougainville to make their way in. Please join me in observing the video tribute to the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. Thank you very much to the people of Enga Province, your elected leaders, your leaders on the ground, of course, the people of Enga, public servants, former and current. Many thanks for your kind gestures this evening and the tributes paid in honoring the memory of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare. It is now time to commence the segment for the people of the autonomous region of Bougainville. To officiate the leading in of the procession and for the segment itself, I would like to call upon from the autonomous region of Bougainville, House Krai Organizing Committee, Mr. Emil Tenoa, to officiate the proceedings for the autonomous region of Bougainville segment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emil Tenoa, and I stand proud here, humble, as a colleague of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, not as a politician, but as a radio broadcaster during my time with NBC.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Papua New Guinea, and good evening, Bougainville. Wherever you are watching live on television, or you're live streaming and listening on radio, it gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce to you all our people of the autonomous region of Bougainville to this National House Krai of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, GCL, GCMG, CH, CF, SSI, KSTJ, KSG. Ladies and gentlemen, the traditional procession chant, as you can see and witness, is a form of crying over our death, led by our very own traditional sing-sing group from the Bana constituency of South Bougainville, the place in which one of our other founding fathers closely associated with Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare Sepo Lapun comes from, and was the first knighted Papua New Guinean by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth under the nomination and endorsement of the Grand Chief himself. Sir Paul Lapun was also a founding member of the Pangu Party, working closely with Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare during the 1960s and 1970s. La Niuma, as you can hear from the song, You Papa Blomipa. Ni Lola,
Mi Pikinini Bloyupla signifies the importance and the value of this Sing Sing filled with emotions of great sorrow and the loss of the loved one. The founding father of our nation, Papua New Guinea, the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Ladies and gentlemen, representing and leading our people of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville is none other than our very own President-elect, Honorable Ismail Toroama, accompanied by the national leaders in National Parliament of Papua New Guinea and ABG House of Representatives, the newly elected and sworn-in regional member for Bougainville, Honorable Peter Chamalili Jr., Honorable Timothy Masu, member for South Bougainville, Minister for Information Communication Technology, Honorable William Nakin, member for North Bougainville, Honorable Sema Koitai, member for Central Bougainville, and Honorable Melvin Willilopa, member for Lato Constituency and ABG Minister for Public Service, Honorable Raymond Masono, member for Atolls Constituency and ABG Minister for Health, Honorable Junior Tomare, ABG member for Marquis Constituency, Boyne District in South Bougainville, and Honorable Joseph Mona, ABG member for Lule Constituency, Boyne District, South Bougainville. Accompanying also the President are some of our well-respected Bougainville chiefs and elders in the likes of Sir Mel Togolo and Mr. Paul Nerau. Ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Papua New Guinea, let's make welcome tonight our people and leaders of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville to this morning National House Cry of our Grand Chief and our founding father of Papua New Guinea, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, here at Sir John Guy Stadium. We take a reflection and tribute to the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. There'll be also a video presentation. The late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, thank you. As part of our program, we had the reflection of the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. And the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, has had a very close relationship with Bougainville from the formative years of Papua New Guinea until our recent history. His association with Bougainville goes back to the days when PNG and Bougainville sought independence from our Australian colonial masters. It was through this association that he forged a lifelong relationship with the people of Bougainville and leaders in the likes of the late Sir Paul Lapun, Sir Donatus Mola, Rafael Bele, and the former regional member and president of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Grand Chief Dr. John Momis. Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, in his political leadership as Prime Minister and State Minister, contributed immensely to the Bougainville peace process. Two major milestones highlights and achieved by the Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare was the Endeavour Accord Peace Agreement signing and sealed on the HMNZ Endeavour in January 1991 outside the Kiata Harbour. And other major highlights was he led the PNG government delegation for negotiations with the Bougainville Revolutionary Army Lagoi faction in South Bougainville for the release of the PNG Defense Force hostages during that time. So that's just a brief reflection of our great leader, the founding father of this nation, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. We now come to the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, the gifts presentation for tonight, a sign of respect from the people of the autonomous region of Bougainville. Ladies and gentlemen, this procession of gifts presentation by our people of the autonomous region of Bougainville to this National House Cry of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare is led by our Bougainvillian kids and the mothers from central Bougainville. They will lead us with a procession of the gifts presentation. As you can see and hear from the background, ladies and gentlemen, the chant known as Patuai in Nasioi dialect of central Bougainville signifies a time of mourning in conjunction with the sounds of the conch shell and the garamut, and the woven fans being folded with the designs hidden and carried during the chant are known as the sike, to show that this is a time of sorrow and a sign of respect to the deceased. The gifts will be formally received by the President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Honorable Ismail Toroama, and handed over to the Bougainville leaders for presentation to the Somare family through this National House Cry of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. This presentation of gifts signifies a true friendship and close bond the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare had with many of our Bougainvillian leaders from the past to the time of his passing. The gifts will be presented to the leaders of Bougainville by the President himself. That's in the order that we will announce tonight, and also to tell you the significance of the gifts, and be received by the Governor of East Sepik Province, Honorable Alan Bird, and Honorable Patrick Proites on behalf of the House Cry. The first gift, ladies and gentlemen, is the payo. The payo is made of a special red rope from the bark of a tree and a sucked teeth. It is the most significant gift and the highest in traditional monetary value in North Bougainville society. It is mainly reserved for the paramount chief or the head of the chiefs for peace-building ceremonies and bride price. The second gift is Bewana, also known as Mimis, Oru, or Tuikikilani in the atolls of Bougainville. The popular shell necklace comes in either brown or white colors that is widely used throughout Bougainville and serves as a similar role as the payo. However, it is used widely for other traditional and customary and obligations within certain societies on Bougainville. The third gift from the people of Bougainville is Mona, Pogoaru, or Tevaka in the atolls. This is the popular Bougainville canoe with no outrigger, and it is the traditional mode of sea transport used by our forefathers during the old days for sea navigation, migration, and warfare in acquiring land from the enemies. Our fourth gift from the people of Bougainville is Tui, Tuiruma, Te Karamutu. That's the garamut. Tui is a significant traditional garamut widely used throughout Bougainville, including the atolls, for communicating messages or signal messaging. Tui is sounded in different beats for imparting information to clansmen, the community or public for feasting, death, peacemaking, and traditional sing-sing ceremonies. The fifth gift from the people of Bougainville, ladies and gentlemen, is the sword. It's called Tekomu from the atolls, especially from Modlock Island. This is a traditional sword for warfare by the sea warriors of Modlock Island, made from some same species as the Yaboni tree wood and sucked teeth. Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was a warrior who fought for our freedom, for independence, and that sword signifies the importance of it tonight. The sixth gift from the people of Bougainville, ladies and gentlemen, is Bukai. It's a string bag from Buin in South Bougainville. It is made from the bark of the tulip tree and carried by men only. No women, only men. It signifies what a man can provide for his family, clan, and tribe in that string bag. The seventh gift, ladies and gentlemen, is the Bougainville woven fan, called Sike in Nasioi dialect, Araitai in Torau dialect in central Bougainville. The fan is made by women of Bougainville, and its journey begins when young likuala palm trees have yet to unfold, are cut, boiled, and laid to dry in the sun. It is mostly used by Bougainville women dancing in traditional sing-sings and rituals in the villages. Ladies and gentlemen, the eighth gift from the people of Bougainville is the Bougainville cane tray, Kakupi, presented by the great-grandson of one of our founding fathers, the late Sir Paul Lapun, young Israel Kasman, the great-grandson of Sir Paul Lapun, accompanied by his mother Denise, also the granddaughter of Sir Paul Lapun. The ninth gift, ladies and gentlemen, from the people of Bougainville, the final gift, is a traditional spear from Buin, South Bougainville. The spear is made from a tree in Tele language called kukwinu, and it is used for special traditional ceremonies and rituals in welcoming chiefs. This is a special gift presentation to the President of Bougainville, Honorable Ismail Tororama, to present to this house cry to signify its importance to the people of Bougainville. Lady Veronica, the Somare family, Ata, Sana, Dalciana, and Michael Jr., and relatives, people of East Sepik Province, and the people of Papua New Guinea. On behalf of our people from the autonomous region of Bougainville, we present these gifts with a good and humble heart to show our greatest honor and respect for a great man, a leader who served his people with love, passion, honesty, respect, and without fear during the colonial era of Papua New Guinea's political history. Please do accept our gifts. And that is received by the governor himself of East Sepik Province, Honorable Alan Bird and Honorable Patrick Price. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Papua New Guinea, the people of Bougainville, it is my pleasure now to invite one of our Bougainville chiefs who has had personal encounters and relationships with the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Mr. Paul Nerau has been a lifetime supporter of Pangu Party during the time of Sir Paul Lapun and Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Mr. Paul Nerau, MBE, QBE, for his tribute remarks tonight. Mr. Paul Nerau.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people of Papua New Guinea, and those who are now watching throughout the country. My tribute to the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, GCL, GCMG, CHFC, SSI, KSG, PC. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, whose heart and soul and spirit was ingrained in the service of this country. We acknowledge his presence with us tonight in spirit as we honor and respect and acknowledge all that he has done and will do, because he's in a much powerful place with our Lord and Creator. I would like also to give respect and acknowledge all that you have done for this country. I would like to acknowledge the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marabe, and CDC Governor, Honorable Paus Pakop, the ABG President, Honorable Ismail Torama, the Honorable Governor of East Sepik, Alan Bird, and Honorable Patrick Prides, and all the leaders who are with our President, consist of ABG members, Honorable Timothy Matthew, Minister for Communication, and other ministers, members of the Parliament. And this evening, the family of late Grand Chief, Lady Veronica, and children, Sana, Bertha, Arthur, Dulcie, and Junior. As one of the Bougainville elites to come to be associated with Grand Chief during the pre-independence times and throughout my career, I stand here this evening to pay tribute to the contribution Grand Chief made to Bougainville's history and to its people. My association with Grand Chief dates back to 1972, when my wife was the secretary for the late Sir Paul Lapun, who at that time was a party leader of Pang Party. I joined Pang Party and have been member since 1972. Other Bougainvilleans became members of the party, like Rafael Bele, Mr. Leo Hanet, and many other of our leaders on Bougainville. Joseph Lue, and amongst other of the leaders in the pre and early independence. The interactions fostered by Bougainville leaders was in creating relationships, connecting with the late Grand Chief. During my days as Managing Director of Bougainville Development Corporation, and while Grand Chief served as the pioneering Prime Minister, we had many encounters at the business and commercial level. This included government interventions on high-impact projects throughout the country and also Bougainville to support development of growth of local initiatives in business, investment, to empower and develop Papua New Guinea. Specifically for Bougainville, one of the examples is when we were pursuing a major investment impact project in an international shipping company. Under his leadership as Prime Minister, he provided state guarantee that enabled us to secure this very important project. Throughout my career, Grand Chief and I have maintained very positive relationships, always centered on making impact to develop our people. I will be highlighting some of these contributions that Grand Chief Sir Michael made towards Bougainville's own history in appreciation for his service and the heart for Bougainville. In the early days of PNG development, Grand Chief Sir Michael had a good working relationship and comradeship with Bougainville leaders. They admired him as a man of integrity, dignity, fortitude, strong Christian values and very faithful in his discharge of his duties. He handed the leadership to Grand Chief Somare when he was the Pangu Party leader, that is Sir Paul Lapun. Sir Paul felt that he came from a small island and that Grand Chief, being from the mainland, better represented throughout the country and our territories. Under Grand Chief Sir Michael's government in 1972, Grand Chief John Momis was appointed chairman of the parliamentary committee, hence becoming a de facto chairman of the Constitutional Planning Committee, a significant innovation of constitutional development in Papua New Guinea. Michael's first ever chief of staff was none other than Dr. Alexis Sire, later knighted as Sir Alexis Holywick Sire in 1974. Grand Chief Sir Michael traveled to Buin to quell a major protest sparked by a death of 2 bougainvilleans outside of Goroka in 1973. He went, he met, he made peace. I was a student from university and I was there to witness this particular occasion. Grand Chief Sir Michael vouched for the first Papua New Guinean to be awarded a knighthood in Papua New Guinea, and it was Sir Paul Lapun. And when Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth came to celebrate the self-government, Sir Michael took the Queen to Bougainville, where Sir Paul proudly welcomed the Queen to his district in Suai and to Bougainville. Grand Chief Momis could not be here tonight, for he is carrying a traditional chief's mourning in Buin, signifying the important relationship that Grand Chief has with Grand Chief Momis. He will, however, be present during the state funeral. He was a close friend with Sir Michael during his career and in his political career within PNG and in the autonomous region of Bougainville. During PNG's independent period, when Grand Chief John Momis resigned the parliament over dissatisfaction relating to a greater autonomy powers not being included in the constitution of PNG, under great Grand Chief Sir Michael leadership, Chief Momis was promoting the decentralization which became realized by birthing under the organic law on provincial government, which Bougainville became the first provincial government as North Solomons provincial government. During the first government of PNG's independence, Grand Chief Sir Michael awarded mining ministership to Sir Paul Lapun when he was a minister in his government. It was fitting to appoint Sir Paul as the Minister for Mines because Bougainville Copper was the only mine at independence. And in that period, it was Sir Paul through the prime ministership of Sir Michael that they raised the royalties, which was at that time 0.25% to 2%. And I think it still remains the same today for all mining and petroleum projects, which will still continues to remain so. Also under the leadership of Grand Chief Sir Michael, provincial corporations were encouraged throughout Papua New Guinea. Bougainville Development Corporation, which I was managing director until crisis, was one of those. And in fact, it must be mentioned that just independence and the years following, PNG had its highest peak in the currency. It was 1 kina to US dollars. And that meant so much for our country. The kina at that time, under the primacyship of Sir Michael, it was equal to US dollars. Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, his other previous contribution was the peace process as a peacemaker. Bougainville was always in its journey, came through a lot of confronting issues which Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare considered those as being the children of his country that he always saw fit to go and meet our people and discuss and find solutions. One of those was when he went to visit the 5 Aussies at Lagwai after the Kangu ambush. I think we have a small slide here.
Alsam wok lami pla em ipinis. Inobingat manina plong kam. Ogera people of big place holy fred. Midwala kam sikan lo ipla. Mi pla olim pasi mi pla. Mi pla olim pasi mi pla to. Now you may like in peace. Nami kam lo Islam mission. Okay, mission no success. Ta so big plus something you may establish in dialogue. Talk one time. Em ta so ligli talk lo mi. We talk big plus thank you. Long you pla. Long giving me confidence. Long come inside long place play you pla. And we hope also by you may straighten this laheve na plani people belong particularly Buin district South Bougainville inana plong safa na whole of Bougainville. Me hope also by sampla good pla think come up na melo you me. That's all. And by me stop also. Thank you. Thomas. All commander Lombiare. Line.
In the 1990s, he also traveled to Uchana in Buka Island to meet with a group of Bougainvilleans, and there were 6 groups. And he went and found Bougainvilleans were split. He told our Bougainville leaders, I'm one man representing Papua New Guinea. You got 6 groups, so who do I talk to? So he told them, I'm going back. You sort yourself out, and I want to talk to one group of people. In other words, who is your representative? When he resumed as Prime Minister in 2002, which would be his last, he supported the implementation and oversaw the formation of the autonomous government on the 1st of June 2005. This was a pivotal moment in the history of Bougainville. And Bougainville appreciates and acknowledges Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare in the role he played to foster the transition where we are now. It was also during his last term as Prime Minister that he pledged the 500 million kina specifically for impact projects for Bougainville Autonomous Region. Through the impact project, it was intended to assist in restoration and administration support of the autonomous provincial government. This demonstrated his heart for the people of Bougainville towards maintaining peace. In my concluding remarks, I'd like to give my special thank you to Lady Veronica, the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the people of East Sepik Province in voting Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare for the period that he has served the country with integrity, distinction, charisma, courage, and wisdom. His foundation, rooted in his Christian faith, family values, cultural roots, coupled by his desire to build a great nation from 1,000 tribes, and his evident efforts, relative legacy, make him one of the greatest leaders of our time in our history of our beautiful country, Papua New Guinea. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you, Chief Mr. Paul Nerau, representing the chiefs and elders of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure and honor to invite the President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Honorable Ismail Toroama, for his keynote address and remarks in tribute of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. President Ismail Toroama.
Good evening, Honorable Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, James Marape, Governor Yusuf, Governor of Enga, Piri Batas, invited distinguished guests for this morning. We are gathered here tonight to pay respect and tribute to the founding father of this nation, Papua New Guinea. As the President of the Autonomous Bougainville government, I'm here to represent my people, to join the rest of the country in this time of mourning for a father of a nation, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. His association with the people of Bougainville goes back for more than half a century when PNG and Bougainville sought independence from the colonial masters. It was through this association that he forged a lifelong relationship with the people, as well as the early leaders such as Sir Polapon, Sir Donatus Mola, Rafael Bella, and Grand Chief Dr. John Mormis. there had been a countless tribute in the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, and to so many accomplishments. Foremost amongst theirs was the leadership that brought Papua New Guinea into independence. For us in Bougainville, we finally remind to chairmanship of the possession of the soul of the people. It is his passion to serve the people that I must make a special mention of the contribution to Bougainville peace process. During those difficult years of the Bougainville crisis, the late Sir Michael played an important and a vital role in the negotiation, the role of the release of the 5 prisoners. At Kangu in 1996 in Buin, and was one of those key in opening up the dialogue led to Bougainville peace. In 2002, when he became the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, he continued and implemented of the Bougainville Peace Agreement, and was signed in 2001 under the Bougainville Peace Agreement, whilst became the autonomous region in PNG. He was still the Prime Minister when the government oversaw the formation of the autonomous Bougainville government on June 1, 2005. When late Joseph Kabwe was elected the first president of Bougainville. This paved the way for the creation of the autonomous Bougainville government and the autonomous arrangement that we have and come to know later after 15 years. Whilst we mourn the loss as it be to celebrate and this achievement for this extraordinary man. Man became the icon of this nation, Papua New Guinea. His lasting legacy and ability led over 1,000 tribes under the common goal he achieved. The freedom expressed ourselves into the freedom that matters on our destiny, and the freedom to be diversified, unified, and to become a nation under God. He was a previous man, a man that upheld the values, and he devoted himself to the Lord God Almighty for the country and his family. And on behalf of my family and the people of Bougainville, I would like to extend my sincere condolence to the people of East Sepik and his immediate family members of late Sir Michael Somare. You are truly the seed of this nation, a seed that stand and stood and embraced democracy of this nation, a seed that truly believed in the peace and freedom in giving the rightful owners to own what this nation should achieve. I salute you on behalf of my people. I salute you with great honor and respect. May your soul rest in peace. Thank you.
President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Honorable Ismail Toroama. Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where our people of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville will now take their leave, as tonight they have come to pay respect to a great leader, the founding father of our nation, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. There will be a procession led by our very own people of Bougainville to exit from the National House Krai tonight, and our leaders will also take leave. Our exit from the National House Krai, ladies and gentlemen, tonight will be led by the people of Bougainville, the Buka Sing Sing group from North Bougainville. It is also part of the crying chant that will be showing our sorrow for the death of our great leader and also the founding father of our nation. It is a Ahur chant of our Lord Jesus Christ crucified and hung on the cross, whilst his mother Mary was at the foot of the cross weeping and crying. The second part is a medley, that is sorrow chant that is fitting for a chief in preparation for his transition to the afterlife of heaven. And the last part medley shows the community mourning the death of the chief, which is the scenario of procession tonight. That is the father and the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Let's join our hands together and say goodbye to the Grand Chief tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Bougainville. The exit procession is led by our President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, the national leaders of the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea, and the Autonomous Bougainville Government House of Representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Papua New Guinea, this brings to the end of our special House Cry tribute presentation on behalf of our people of Bougainville, to farewell and celebrate the life of our father, the founding father of our nation, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Chief, may your soul rest in eternal peace. Good night, and God bless Papua New Guinea and the autonomous region of Bougainville. Bamahuta. Tamparamu. Muro Miragu. Chibong. And Paul Ai from the people of the Atolls.
Thank you very much for that presentation by the contingent from the Autonomous Region of Bougainville. As per the program, prior to the Manus province segment commencing, we will have a presentation of a video tribute to the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare. It is at this juncture that we commence the segment, the Manus province segment this morning this evening with a procession from the Manus contingent. Ladies and gentlemen, the procession being led to the Baluan traditional mourning in Garamut Beats and movement known as the Sausa Well. The Buyang Tetidu traditional mourning in Garamut Beats and movement. The contingent and tribute will, being led on behalf of the leaders and the people of Manus, will be done by the former governor and academic Mr. Stephen Pokowin. He is being accompanied by senior elites and citizens of Manus, acknowledging Professor Peter Petsu, Professor Chalapan Kaluwin, Colonel Kisakau Puwesu, Public Prosecutor Pondros Kaluwin, the Manus community members dressed in black as a sign of respect and mourning, and other community leaders and citizens of Manus here in the nation's capital. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. At this point in time, let me acknowledge Defense Minister, Member for Telefomin, the Honorable Solan Mirsim. Once again, I'd like to welcome the contingent from Manus Province, acknowledging, of course, former governor and academic leading the procession, Mr. Stephen Pokowin, Professor Peter Petsul, Professor Chalapan Kalawin, Colonel Kisaka Poesu, Pondos Kalawin, the public prosecutor, Manus community members and leaders, and the Manus community in general. Not forgetting, of course, the NCD city manager as well, Bennett Kippett, also a son of Manus. For the purposes of this segment moving forward, I'd like to call up moderator from Manus Province, Mr. Peter Chalapan.
All right, good evening, everybody. And we all know that we are here for a purpose, and that is to mourn one of the founding fathers. So that's the reason why we are here as Manusians. Firstly, in normal protocol, I'd like to acknowledge our leaders who are with us tonight. Our good Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, the Governor of NCD, Honorable Powes Pakop, the ABG President, Honorable Ismail Toroma, if he's still around, the Governor of Isipik, Honorable Alan Bird, Member for Aitapelumi, Honorable Patrick Puaj, the Minister for Defense, and Member for Nuku, Solan Mirisim, other MPs, dignitaries who are with us tonight. Our sincere apologies from our two politicians. The Speaker and our open member could not make it tonight, and he extends his sincere apologies. Likewise, with our good Governor, Charlie Benjamin, who also could not make it tonight. However, we have the elite team that I'm sure we can be able to present to mourn on behalf of our members of Parliament as well as our people of Manus. And through the days of the Somare, we have that strong historical relationship that goes many years back, since the birth of Grand Chief, late Thomas Michael Somare. And it was during his birth when we had one of our former greats, and I call him Papu, or grandfather, late Palia Malawat, who had that strong relationship and bond with the people from Muruk and Balwan Island. In actual fact, it was during the birth of Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, Sir Palia Malawat was present when Sir Michael, a Grand Chief, was born, and that was in Val. I guess it was somewhere in 1936. We are here tonight to be represented by the former governor and senior academic, Mr. Stephen Pokowin, who is leading the team from Manus. And importantly, and like I said, with the elite, we have an elite of Malaysians. And those that have succeeded and prosper through that relationship we had with ISIPIC in terms of education and the support that we were receiving from ISIPIC at that time. Administration was then under the ISIPIC administration. Radio Manus was non-existent. And we could send our talk survey or whatever through Radio ISIPIC. And that time, if I can recall, the Grand Chief was at one time a broadcast officer or an announcer. I'd like to also acknowledge, I call him the senior elite, who have accompanied the team. Mr. Ivan Pomelo, PM and NSC Secretary for Department of Personal Management, Tyus Sansan, Secretary to NSC, Grace Thorne, the Correctional Services Commissioner, Stephen Pokanis, and one of our pioneers on the skies, Captain Francis Pornellan, who is still serving with Air Niugini. Then we have Professor Peter Petsu, Professor Chalapan Kalwin, Colonel Kisokau Pawasel, who is now heading the Lombrom Redevelopment Project, and other Manus citizens who are with us. We call them the Pilapans and the Lapans, as well as our city manager, Bernard Kippit, who also joined us. Now, in the presence of those dignitaries, we are fortunate to have a daughter of Sir Paleo Malawat, the late Sir Paleo Malawat. And we have Paula Noakona Paleo, who is on a wheelchair with us tonight. It's a small island, it's a small province, so we're not going to come big. But of course, we will acknowledge and foster the relationship that we have established for many, many years between ISIPIC and Manus. And there is always a saying that Manus and Kamablong, Sibik, when the people from Sibik floated along the Bismarck Sea, somehow it ended up and formed the Manus Island. So that relationship is still intact. But I won't dwell on that. We've got our senior man, Mr. Stephen Pokawin, to elaborate on our relationships between Manus and ISIPIC. I will now, like I said, Manus has a strong relationship, particularly Balwan, with ISIPIC, the Murig Lakes. So we'll now ask the Manus Maunus from Balwan Island to perform the Garamut beats and movement in recognition and respect of our great man, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. While he's starting with a bit, he continues with a bit. This is a bit that is significant, that is performed especially for a chief. When we lose a chief, that's the only time that bit and the dance movement is performed. So in this respect, we pay tribute to our great Grand Chief, Papa, Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare. This signifies the respect that is shown by the people to the Grand Chief. And it comprises men, women, young boys and girls that come together to perform this dance. This morning performance is called Salsa Well. And like I said, it's performed in time like these when we lose a chief, a paramount chief, or someone that has contributed a lot to the community, to the province, or to the nation as a whole. Whilst they retire, we'll also receive a group from our interland, and that is part of the normal mourning ceremony that is being held at times when we lose one of our great men. And we will now have the Buyang traditional mourning, which is called as Nrileng. Well, like I said, Manus is the smallest province in the country. However, we've got the islanders, we've got the highlanders from the hinterland, and also from the coastline. So the morning cry is from our women from Buyang on the hinterland. Sometimes we are known as red ground. And that signifies, this cry signifies a chief, a paramount chief, Alapan. Or the departure of Alapan within the tribe or within the clan. We will continue with mourning, and then we'll have another team group from Ahus who will join us with what they call the bit of Garamut beat and movement, and it's called Keau. Keau is a bed when someone passes on, and they put him on a Keau. And then they show their last respect to the chief before he's laid to rest. So we'll continue. I'll invite our people from Ahus Island to continue on with our mourning. Ahus Island is a little island. It's not a very big island, about the size of Manubara, or maybe bigger than that. Right, that's the morning cry from our women from Ahus Island. Like I said, Ahus is a very tiny island, just off the coastline of North Coast. The island, like I said, it's a very small island. It looks insignificant. However, the island has produced some of the best brains in the country. In the likes of the city manager, Bernard Kippett, from the island. Captain Francis Ponelan is also from Ahus Island. So just imagine what this small island can contribute to development of this nation. Since the days of our late Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare until the present time. Our dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite one of our reps from Manus, who will now give his tribute on behalf of the people of Manus. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite the Secretary for Prime Minister and NEC, Mr. Ivan Pomaleo.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Me like Luke Saville, Prime Minister, Governor Blong Enga, Governor Bli Sipik, Minister of the Defense, Member Blong Aitpe Lumi, Ikat sa Bla Leaders Staff, Minister of the Fisheries, na all big plaman Mary Yuvla Kambung tonight long give him look save long. Lapan bla yumi emi silip. Me amamas long make him liglik tok tok, mak him online bla mi pla la ples, lo manus liglik ples. But me play look save long this bla big pla man emi kamapol sem lapan bla mi plato. Na emi silip. Mi stop liglik mangit through. Me walk him grade 1. Long 1975 time. Grand Chief, the Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Me bring him independence, he come long Papua New Guinea. Na mi look him me at me also pigin nib long independence. Because all kita opportunities where me enjoy him long education, opportunities where me enjoy him long employment, opportunities where me enjoy him long growth me long public service. And me come about because one plaman and me look sabe. One plaman and me confident. Also, mol pigin ni ba kambiyan bali kama pol this plakain man long lead him country, long lead him people, long lead him agencies where emi build him na emi come up him. So me stop tonight me know all platumas. Me no na talk about history where emi build him na emi all important, all talk now, all important, all conversations where emi been come up him long 72 tu na I go back click na I come long self-government na BNM Chief Minister na emi come up also Prime Minister long 1975. But all kind line also me long Papua New Guinea where me grow up 7 years old, 8 years old, me start clear long all conversations where me stop around, me belong manus, but me grow up long East New Britain. So all sample all thinking way walk long come up, sample all conversation will tolai only come up him. Sample important events also mean that one district administrator long 1972 na all this all thinking way come up around the area at the time and me influence him sample thinking bla me bla. But name were prominent long mouse belong over the man. Even as a small child me stop. Name belong SOMARE. Me harim display name taso. Me believe him display name taso. Me look sabe. We had no other conversations except those that surround the name and the man. And on that basis, we grew up with some of the ideologies where Emi promote him, na Emi talk strong long and na Emi come up him na. As I became mature na Mr. Luksave long Ron Blo government na country na kainol sem. You begin to marvel at some of those very early conversations. The foresight where Emi come long and the ideas, the confidence that came out of people like him and others, where even in our very simplistic stage at the time, you me sit down and me looking to these guys could see beyond generations. Now only start building blocks where me important. Now you me look sabe. Now you me appreciate him. Now we grow within those framework. A number of us, some of the time, you miss we take it for granted that these things were always like this. No God. There were people who fought for it. There were people who imagined it. He got all man only like him this kind of situation, but come up the kind of environment that now you may enjoy him. All man imagine him, na build him, na you may come enjoy him. We don't have making big talk, Mr. Pokawin, and by making more of the talk. But on the day of his passing, I tried to translate my thoughts as a child growing up around the time he brought independence. And I entitled it, Greatness Does Not Age Nor Diminish. I like reading na yung miarem. A great man is born for a higher purpose. A generation will see him, but generations more will talk about him and read about him. His children and his grandchildren will rise in awe of his accomplishments and the enormous foresight of his dreams. They will marvel at how far-reaching it all was. Build now and they will come, he must have said. He laid the foundations. His grandchildren will speak of a calling that is not of this world, a commissioning which was predetermined, a charge which was predestined. To avoid was unimaginable. To falter was unacceptable. To backtrack was not an option. He held himself to the challenge as one possessed. His thoughts and imaginations took him to a high mountain. He saw, he consulted, he imagined, he designed. He created, he led, he cautioned, he articulated. He fostered a singleness of purpose. He harnessed the combined efforts. He inspired men and women around him. He placed a fire in their bellies. And at just 39 years old, he hoisted the red, black, and gold. He ushered it into nationhood. He held it together for a long time. The body may decline with age and the spirit becomes weak. But greatness does not age nor diminish. For he is a giant, and a giant he shall remain forever. A colossus of our time. His is not just a story, but history itself, and history will last forever. A flame of a beacon has now been extinguished, but the fire remains in the hearts of the children of 1,000 tribes as a nation mourns his passing. Rest in peace, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, GCL, GCMG, GCH, CF, SSI, KSGPC. On this occasion, me like Toksore Lady Veronica, Olga the Pigini, Peta, Sana, Arthur, Michael Jr., one time Dalsiana, long give him look savel you plow, so you play sharing papa one to me plowgada. Na me play pray, long bell me plow some. Over the walk, long plan him this log about by me go run good. Na bayuplex in Papa Golusim long, his Sipik province. Thank you, na God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Pomolo. Before I forget, a request from our good Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, and that is after the conclusion of the Manus morning, is invited us to stay on for the choir. We all join in for the choir, and then we close the night together. So I invite all Manusians to remain after the conclusion of our morning. I will now continue with another tribute. And like I said, we are proud Manusians. We are not proud in a sense that we got brains, but it's through the hard effort, the support from One Place. One Place has played a part in Manus. In terms of development of Loringau town, all the civics are there, and there's some of them are still residing there. So it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake for us to be here to share the historical moments and relationship that we had from the 60s, from the 50s and 60s. And I'm one of those who were able to go to school in Wewak, to Kriar Primary School, and was able to spend some time on Wallis Island. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite the Secretary for Department of Personnel Management, Taya Sansan, to give a tribute.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Now, good night, Layumi Olgata. Acknowledgements and thank you to our leaders tonight, the Prime Minister, the Governor for NCD, and all the other leaders who are here tonight. My tribute or sharing will be short. We look at Grand Chief as someone who built this country many years ago. Now the challenge is how can we move this country, forward. So on behalf of the people of Manus, the Manus community all around PNG, Manus itself, and my family, I offer our sincere condolences to Lady Veronica, children Sana, Ata, Beta, Dalciana, and Michael Jr., and all the extended families of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I also acknowledge the people of East Sepik Province for giving him their full support, for giving the full support to late Grand Chief throughout his political career to the time of his death. I want to say thank you again to the family for the services and loyalty of Sir Michael. He gave all he had to build this country since the formative years to what we all now enjoy as a country. I want to acknowledge that during the time he was the Prime Minister, a lot of Manusians were appointed to higher public service positions, and some notable ones include Sir Paul Songo. He was the former Secretary for Department of Personal Management. Webb Kanawi was the former Secretary for Department of Personal Management. Helen Pora Smith was the former Government Liaison Officer. Stephen Gibson was the former Secretary for Finance. Italai Polome, former Secretary for Justice, and now the Judge. Winnie Kiap, former Secretary to NEC, now the High Commissioner to London, and many others. But my short speech will be based on two important areas, on women as leaders and the public service, and how we can take it on from there. So let's say Michael was an advocate and supporter of women leaders, as found in most of the literature. As resonated by one of the women leaders, Helen Pora Smith, whilst working as a government liaison officer, and she said, "I have never experienced any prejudice against me as a woman, though I feel sure it must exist, but I don't let it put me off." So these were the challenges of women at the time who went through some of these very hard times. But with Sir Michael at the time taking the leadership, he promoted gender equity. So I want to thank the government at the time, and continuing from there, the current government who are continuing to promoting this gender equity policy. So we can say that during the life of late Sir Michael, he promoted strongly women to be part of the nation-building process. Late Grand Chief was also the Vice President of the Public Service Association. Now it is called the Public Employees Association. He was a strong advocate for localization and better working conditions. We should say that now we are experiencing those better working conditions in the public service. In terms of public service capacity building, he promoted the administrative college. Please, can I have my glass? That was with, a place that gave birth to the Bully Beef Club. And we can acknowledge all those original Bully Beef Club members, including Sir Michael himself. This institute has transformed over time since then, and now we can enjoy some of the benefits and the foundations that he laid during that time. And so the concern about public service now is how can we improve public service that was very good at the time. The attitudes of our public servants, the behavior, little things like coming to work early. These are very big issues that we're experiencing today. So I want to acknowledge, all the efforts of late Sir Michael and the people at the time who have built, foundation, courses at the administrative college, and I think it's important that the public service must get together to promote some of those good ethics and behavior and all those that were experienced many, many years ago. So I'm Lilik Tok Blomita Sol, but I just want to thank once again the people of East Sepik for giving the country Sir Michael Somare to lead during those formative years. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Secretary Tai Sansan. Before I ask another speaker, I've been told those that our friends or leaders and MPs from ENGA, they're still with us. Thank you, True Long Stapon Mibla. I acknowledge your presence. Lo Yubla Stapon Mibla Long to the night. That shows the respect and the relationship and support we have for each other. So thank you indeed. All right, we'll continue, and I'll invite another of our speakers who has come through, like I said, have done well from an outer island on Manus. That is now one of the recognized senior elite for Manus and also in the nation. I will now invite our public prosecutor, Conros Calvin, to say his tribute.
Let me acknowledge the Honorable Prime Minister, and City Governor. Me look sabe tulong Governor Ipatas, stapid lo here. Governor Blue Civic, Allen Bed. Member Blo Itapelumi, Mr. Pride, honorable governors, where you can stop one them. Manus community stop inside along this hall. Honorable leaders from Papua New Guinea. People from Papua New Guinea who study can look in this program on TV, na radio. Iblalapan na pilapan ng Manus. Stablo hiya na stablo Manus na inside long Papua New Guinea algada. Ladies and gentlemen, mi papa blong Pangupati, mi papa blong Papua New Guinea, now an independent country. Emi tok where mi harim time mi lik yet. Long Maus blong wampla leader man blong country, na leader blong province blong Manus, late se Paliao Malwat. Na mi confident, na mi show some igadol narapla members blong parliament, long 1968 long 72, members blong Pangupati, Cecil Abel, Paul Lapun, Sir Peter Luz, Sir John Guys, Mangobing Kakun, Michael Kaninimba, Siwi Kurondo, Paliao Malawat, James Mangarum, Donatus Mola, Ebia Olewale, Michael Thomas Sumare, 1 long 20 voters.
all is line, long look sabe blong mi, all you can claim him this talk I blong all, me papa blong Pangupati, me papa blong Papua New Guinea, now I'm an independent country. Sambla Christmas you go finish, me stop long same flight one them say Michael, you go open him one building long Justice Department, long we work. Time me play go long splash ceremony, me got opportunity long sit down close to one them, long invitation long me talk one place you come sit down long here on his right. Na me to play story na me talk him. Me harim talk blong all leaders from country talk blong independence. Na long ting blong me. Address where you give him a national address. This time, I'm in Prime Minister. Because Michael, I acknowledge him contributions belong all national leaders, stop on them, members belong Pangupati. Usad name long all me call him now to sol. Na time me all call him name long all igo. Na me kirap na me talk me. Na you no call him Papa Blom yet. Na mi talk usat. E mi talk sem se paliaw malawat. Mi talk him Grand Chief. Mi talk despla. Mi yet mi lose him. Long you yet you can call him. Now colleagues blow me or you can hire him. Or sem e mi Papa Blio. Na mi Papa True Block country. Story mi harim. Itokol sem time Sir Michael Ibon long East New Britain. He got one policeman, sa dem sergeant. He stop one them Papa Blong Sir Michael. He serve long or some policeman Nurbal. Time Emi Bon. This man where Emi talk me Papa Blongem. Se paliaw malwat. He stop na name him this pigini or some Dom or Tom. Now he come up Thomas. Story mi harim itokol sem time emi bon se paliaw itokim Mama Blong se Michael. Emi talk look out him good this pigini. This pigini he got walk blong him is stop yet. Sir Michael, late Sir Michael, emi talking me long story belong time emi enter in politics. Emi talk time emi announce long radio neck belong civic. Long preparations belong long enter in national politics. He was using the radio long promoting him yet. News come long neck belong civic. Michael Thomas Somare Ikandim. Time emi read him news. Time emi got chance. Long talk long emusadi stop behind the microphone. Emi call him full name long him Michael Thomas Somare. He was advised, according to what he told me, or some time you go long houseman, long Port Moresby, you must go find him one man, name long him Paliaw Malawat. Sir Michael did so. Time entering national politics long 1968, Paliaw Malawat, he been open member of Manus. To blame meet long houseman long downtown Port Moresby. Papua New Guinea now can look him this houseman where he opened in 1984 by Prince Charles. He got symbol belong civic. This House man, National Parliament now. Papua New Guinea must proud. People belong civic, he must proud that despite the laws of the national leader, Papua New Guinea, he can still remember him, long house man, long country. He got one plus sing long manus, Pere United String Band, only composed him long Sir Michael. Long talk place, but me talk place. Biar megan tani mi golong, try best long tani mi golong talk English or talk pidgin. Michael Somare, laban napati pangu, lau alamaki moi, oi tanrul tilong kamal. Tanrul tilong kamal, taumbo unam, lai ekol pe ekol, Papua New Guinea. Michael Somare, laban blong pangu, leo leader blong pangu. People in Makimu, you go long house man. Time you stop long house man, you throw my boy blong you, karama bim Papua New Guinea. Emi boy blong freedom, emi boy blong peace, emi boy blong independence. Movement towards independence, blong country. All 13 member of parliament blong pangu. Usat stop underneath long leadership long Sir Michael. Only fight strong long this master and 70 must finish long Papua New Guinea. You must come up leader and top long ground long Yumi. You know can got more kako boy, na you know can got more mangi master. Emi cry long independence, emi cry long freedom, na emi cry long Somare. September 1975, as PNG was preparing for the celebrations of independence, me look through long history books long Papua New Guinea, long 15 September 1975, I stand corrected. That's all me no look him picture long Sir Michael, stop long all this picture. I stand corrected. Leaders of this country, me no looking picture long Sir Michael. Long one block photograph long 15 September long 1975. To my knowledge, long 15 September or thereabouts, Sir Michael, he go looking Papa Blongem, he go looking Menta Blongem, he go looking man, he give him 9 Blongem Thomas, long Balwan Island, just prior to independence. Bien, then we can come long Mosby, and take part long celebrations on the 16th of September 1975. Emi proud blong manus, blong contributions blong manus, blong guidance blong manus. Igo long national leader. Now you must stop long Mandarin blong em, house cry blong em. Time go stop long Balwan. Only initiate him. Sir Paliao, he bless him. Only give him the title blong chief. Na ino chief blong Balwan, na ino chief blong Manus, emi chief blong Papua New Guinea. Plenty place blong country. Only initiate him, finish Sir Michael. Only carry him long Kayao. Only pull long em long Kanu. Only give him title, also laban long place long all. Manus, he give him chief or laban long Papua New Guinea. Long 1980, long pride, long online, you go past long country. Long rouse him, government, long Australia. You go long Papua New Guinea. Or you go back long place, long all. Only rouse him to Premdas. emi wampla lecturer la University of Papua New Guinea. Premda 16 court order, na stop him, long travel out or deportation. This time, Minister of Justice, usad emi wampla merit as all inside long houseman, long Papua New Guinea, late Nahau Rooney. He write to long Chief Justice long Papua New Guinea. He again same displeasure, long stop him, premdas in a Muslim country. Tok igol sem, any country belong me. I choose who to stay and who to go. Supreme Court belong Papua New Guinea, only find him Nahau Rooney, leader belong Manus, Pilaban belong Manus, guilty long contempt, only sentence him long 8 plamun long bomana. Na how we talk time ago, me no got name, me got number. Prisoners in there are given numbers. Now in a long time, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, use him power blongem and in long law. Na iraus him, one place blongem, Minister blongem, member belong party belongam, member belong cabinet belongam, long bomana. This led to the first vote of no confidence along this country. Time you may look at contributions belong manusik along Papua New Guinea. You may think go back long time say Paliao. Emi talking mama belong Sir Michael. Look out him good display pigini, emi got work belong emi stop yet. Papua New Guinea now, you may looking kai belong display pigini and tap belong display advice. Talk look out belong Sir Paliao, igo long mama belong Sir Michael. 1991, time Sir Paliao ilus Sir Michael. He attended him funeral belong on Manus Island or Lobalwan Island. Manus is proud, long you, one bless. Born belong you, he got contributions belong people belong Manus through long charismatic leader belong on Malawat. Mentoring belong you, he got handmark belong Manus staff. Through the mass, you got work belong you established. Freedom belong Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea is most proud. Long you can get this plaman, where Emily dim country, sim longan long white man, rausim lip tanget, rausim cargo boy, na rausim mangi master. Now you must stop government, you must stop leader, and tap long ground belong you yet. Long behalf long triple tribes long manus. Yubral manus. Yubral usiai. Yubral matangkol. Members belong with nation. Usat only followers belong malawat. Family belong me. People belong manus is save long tubla lapun the soil is step inside long this country. Manus Islanders only save long tubla lapun the soil long this country. Time only refer long Manda or lapun. It's either Malawat or Sir Michael. Long biya long also line me calling finish. Triple tribes long manus. Laban na pilaban long manus. Members belong with nation. Family belong me yet. Na office belong me belong public prosecutor. Long country. Me belong talk big plus sorry. Long people belong is Sipik. People belong Wiwek. People belong Murik. Family belong Sana. long leader where isipik I provide him ikam long Papua New Guinea. Mi read him one book belong Sir Michael long 1978 time stable grade 3. This book emi orange na black cover na iliklik. Title below this book Sana. I have not read that book again, but I can still recall story belong this book since 1978. Story tokolsem. Time enemy ipul long kanu ikam, na ilakam pait long imi. Go long kanu belong em, pulim kanu belong imi kamantap. Give him kai, sim strong na talk him. Now you can sim spear bottle blue, now you can fight. Who in his right mind by fight one them and we feed him. This country has lost a true leader. This country has lost the likes of Nelson Mandela along Africa. Despite that, this country must celebrate. He must celebrate him achievements. Belong one national leader, belong country. Wakes him country, he go long independence. Na inokat bullet I capside long ground long Papua New Guinea. In doing so, me asking Yupla people, me asking Yupla family belong late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Lady Veronica, now picking you belong you. People belong Wiwek. People belong Murik. People belong East, now West Sipik. Long joining people belong Manus. Now how must him celebrate him? Pride belong national leader. Emra, Laban of the Manus, Laban of the Papua New Guinea, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Uro, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, Papua New Guinea salute you. Manus salute you. May your soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Mr. Bonus Kalwin. We're supposed to have our last tribute. If you can bear with us, I've been bothered, I've been tapped on the back that someone really want to say something. And I think it's fitting that I should give someone that has a strong relationship with the Somare family. And I'll give perhaps not more than 5 minutes to share maybe one or two on the relationship with Balawan Island and Isipik. So I will now ask Paula Nwakona Paliao, if you're with us. Paula Nwakona Paliao is the daughter of late Sir Paliao Malawat. And like I said, the rest is history. They have a long history in terms of the family relationship.
Good evening, everybody. I want to acknowledge the presence of all the distinguished guests. And I'm sorry if I cannot name you all, but I do appreciate your being here tonight. In my condition, I decided I would silently mourn for my dear brother, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. But today, I owe my presence to my father's relatives, his Paralands, the people of Balwan, the people of Manus, the people of PNG, of Melanesia, and the Pacific as a whole. My father, Sepalia Malot, delivered this child, named him Thomas. He gently told his mother to give him the best of care, that people will see it to believe that one day this child will be a strong leader. My father had a vision for PNG, but being illiterate as he was, he needed someone to run with this dream. He handed the baton over to young Tommy, and Tommy ran the race to the end with flying colors. The rest, as they say, is history. And now that the race is won, I thank the men, women, and children of PNG who served him, mourned with his immediate family over his parting. Grand Chief gave more than his life to this country, and we all owe a very big thank you to Lady Veronica for keeping him, clothing him, and loving him for all of us to enjoy his presence and service. To my beautiful nephews and nieces and boo-boos, thank you for making his life complete. Farewell, my brother. Go forth, for you have won the race. Go be with our Lord, for you are now in a better place. Rest peacefully, my dear brother, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. God bless each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, I call it Auntie Paula. And like she said, it's a long history as well. All right. I will now invite our key speaker, who will be representing our political leaders and the people of Manus, in Port Moresby, Manus, and right across the country. Dig into this, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite our former governor and senior academic, Mr. Stephen Pokowin.
Good night, Olgeta. Good night, through Prime Minister. Wantem Olgeta. Kopas, Long Country, I Sanap, Wantem you. Olides, Long Isipik. Wantem Kopas, Long Governor, Long Isipik. Olgeta Man Mary. I have a problem. In fact, I have many problems. The first one, I'm normally long, big plabong. I said, Michael, he talk. Na mi look come down, na mi look me stop. And by bag rabi mi kutru. Na mi sabi wait. Long time mi kisim place to talk. Na mi sit down. And by me back him good start. That's all the night them. This was passing the finish. Na mi stand up. We give him respect. Long all community blomanus, now leaders, blomanus here, na lo place. Long ask me, long maki mouse, lo you me all geta. Lo desperate time, lo sorry. Na number 2 problem lo me. Em lo me last man lo talk. Na all get a ting way sab long head blow me, all get a triple I talk long in finish. Na time all talk long and now by me walking with him going talk. Or same than by me talk like 15 minutes or so. Because all get a talk, Pomelo we talk him. All get a talk, Thais he talk him. All get a talk, Pondros he walk him. Now me by me talking with him. Now me talk the solo same. All get a talk where all he talk him. Em talk lo yumi manus. Na yumi endorse him. All get a talk, all he talk him. All same na by me try him. Talk him similar kind thing where he know behind him talk, all he talk him finish. Somare musatman. Somare pigriniblo way. Somare, he got 5 families. Number 1 family, and family belonging yet. The Somare family. Number 2 longen. Emol blind Lucific. The Cipics, all family belonging. Number 3, family belonging, and Papua New Guinea. Number 4, family belonging, and Pangu Party. And number 5, family belonging, and National Alliance Party. Family belonging, he open him road, na me come. Now long close to all get a working life belonging, and me commit him 100%. Long come up in big family belonging. Na I'm Papua New Guinea. Na me sit down, I walk long harim, talk, he walk long come. Na me come up in this thing. What else is there to say? For all things that must be said have been said. All line blow me can pass. Start on all number 1 line who said they come lo plus space. Now we pay him respect na karai lo leader blongol. I come in up to the night. All enga come. All bogun will come. Na yumi manus come. Na tomorrow by all narpla, I go in up 3 days long next week. All get a talk, what must be said have been said. And what remains to be said will be said by the competent people who are in the position to say so. Na tete lo talk lo bibla manus, Lady Veronica, now family. Governor Bird, Mr. Price, Member of the Cipic, thank you long sit down makim government blo yumi long country, long receive mi blo manus, long desperate time, long show him respect blo mipla, lo papa blo yumi olgeta. Mila kisim yumi golong tuplaman. One bla leader. Now one bla good plan number 2 blongin. Tupla pightman. Now one bla blong tupla come up Emperor blo Rome. Julius Caesar. Now number 2 blongin Mark Antony. Now long convert him history, he come up Pillai. Shakespeare, he write him this la book. Now this la story, Julius Caesar. A long time lo die lo Julius Caesar. Mark Antony, he go lo die blong Julius Caesar. Now long talk, emi talk. I come to bury Julius Caesar. I do not come to praise him. Mi kam no cry na plani man he die. Mi no come long lift him up in name long in. Because in life he has done bad things. Tete yumi manusi kamya, me like change him this story, na this narrative. Na me like tokol sem. You come here not only to mourn, and that we have demonstrated, but we also come to celebrate a life which has lived its fullness, total fullness. And the life that has planted so many seeds, that those seeds will grow with proper nurturing. And it is here that I say, we are here not only to mourn, but to also celebrate the seeds, the visions, the dreams, the creations that he has given birth to. And he had not only dreamed, but he had also built. He had put the building blocks together. And it is these building blocks that has provided the foundation upon which we stand. And we don't look to a dead man. We look to a life idea that is encapsulated in the name Michael Thomas Somare. And it is on this note that me like acknowledge him. Decision government aninit long Prime Minister Blayumi James Marape na cabinet blongin long take him one legal decision, big decision, one legal decision. But the decision which will keep alive the ideals, the vision of the men whom we are now mourning. We are mourning a physical person, but in our mourning, we are giving life to living ideas, living dreams that has already been implanted in the hearts and minds of all Papua New Guineans, including those who have just been born. The setting up of the Somare Foundation, the vehicle that will keep the memory of St. Michael forever alive, depending on who and he who comes after whether he nurtures it or he dismantles it. When I walked into a small university in India, there was an institute of Mahatma Gandhi. The ideals of Gandhi is being lived even to now. I look ahead in seeing that foundation becoming the vehicle upon which the country will forever remember the man who committed all his life to the dream that he created, he helped build, and now he leaves behind for us now and those to come to continue to make it a better place, to achieve the dream. Let me just finish with two things. Firstly, when SOMARE first saw the light, Manus was there in the form of a young man whose stories has been told. He became a leader on his own right. And in 1964, he was mandated by the people of Manus to be their representatives in the territory of PNG. It was during that time in 1968 when Sir Michael was given the greatest of honor by the civic people to send him here almost unopposed. That man ushered him and welcomed him to the House of Assembly. And together with his friends, colleagues, they passed on the baton of leadership of Pangu Party to Michael Somare. Manus was there. When he created and gave birth together with his colleagues, Manus was also there. Thais had already mentioned some, and there are many more, men and women. Manus was there. When he led this country, Manus was there with him. When he was sitting on the side watching leaders grow, Manus was also there by his side. The two things that I wanted to mention are these. Somare served with and mentored every prime minister after him. He served with Sir J. He mentored Pai Swingti. He mentored Rabi Namaliu. He mentored Bill Skate. He mentored Mekere Morauta. He mentored Usatke. He mentored Peter O'Neill. And he mentored the Honorable James Marape. Every single Prime Minister was mentored, guided by Sir Michael Thomas Somare, a living testimony of the great man. He not only led, but he began to prepare men and women to continue the legacy. It was not a mistake that the current Prime Minister has taken the leading role in the last rites that the country is celebrating. To see his physical body disappears from us, but the ideals and the ideas continue to be a living testimony to this great man. And secondly, and lastly, it would be remiss of me not to mention our leaders. Those who shared the platform with him, many of whom are still alive. Few of them have passed on. We mentioned Paliao Malawat, the first Manus's own open member of Parliament, House of Assembly at that time. His connection with SOMARE, I need not repeat. It has been told. Michael Ponros, Pika Kasau, Arnold Masipal, Nahau Rooney, James Pokasu, Memel Pohe, Martin Thompson, Jacob Chumokot, Michael Sapa, Charlie Benjamin, Joe Pomat, Ronnie Knight. They shared the platform with him. For those who have gone, their spirit joins us in celebrating a greater but equal spirit that has departed, and the earthly remains we mourn. But those are not the only ones who shared that space. Interim Premier Papi Rashe, the first Premier Barnabas Combel, Joel Maya. I don't want to mention this name, but now I will mention Stephen Pokawin, Jacob Jumokot, Michael Sapa, Charlie Benjamin. We share those spaces. He delivers not only for us, but also for PNG. Michael SOMARE left no debt behind. Debt that his children or his grandchildren will be burdened by to repay. He had delivered all things. He had opened his hands and hearts to all peoples. PNG owes nothing to SOMARE. He committed his entire life to his dream, to his creation, to PNG. And for this, it is my call that we Manus and Papua New Guinea, in the midst of our mourning, we have also the reasons to to celebrate. Milay tokol sem, but no good ino stop lo part lo program na no can walking. The jubla karamudia, you must burgim this house to go down now yet. Let us turn our mourning into joy. Let us turn our tears for the men gone with dancing, for the dreams and the ideas that continue to be alive now and will live for a long, long time, beyond our earthly existence. That is the best thing we can ever do for Sir Michael. That we should not let his dream die with him. That we pick it out, ride on it, and allow the wind of PNG push that sail forward to a greater PNG. With that, let me finish with me restating an age-old statement. In his leadership of the struggle that fought decades and even centuries of challenges that his people faced, he looked over the mountain and saw the moment when his children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but the might of their character. SOMARE and his team have created a nation of 1,000 tribes. He lived the dream. He knows no differences in PNG. The Angan were like Bougainvilleans, were like Manus. From the west to the east, and from the north to the south, what he saw was men and women equal in his eyes. And that going forward, that we will not judge each other by the might of our political influences, but the values that those of us now, and the character that those of us now, and those to come, will be the basis upon which we judge. And as he saw Papua New Guinea as being equal and thrives for it, even to the extent of putting behind his family, his civics, and sharing whatever little wealth to all people, let us not forget that small thing that guided the life of a giant, seeing all as one. Maki Maus, plongo leaders lomanus, Olman Mary lomanus inside na other side lomanus. Sir Michael, thank you, Tro. Thank you, Tro, long all get strong, blow you give him. This was strong now, we know 1 plus strong more, and plan is strong. And we have no choice but to do greater things. Greater things than you have done, the foundation of which you have laid. Rest in eternal peace. Chief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Pokawin, for the great tribute. And that sums up our tributes on behalf of the leaders, our political leaders, our LLG leaders, community leaders, and the people of Manus. We will now proceed with a small presentation of gifts as a token and bondship that we have between the people of Manus and Isibik. So shall I ask our reps from the Speaker's office and those LG reps that have the basket, can you please proceed forward and meet Mr. Pokawin. Mr. Kahai, are you there? Our team from Balwan presented an outrigger canoe as a mode of transport for the Manus people. And now we have a basket. The basket has a significant effect. And it fosters a basket, it fosters a relationship and a partnership that we have established for many years. And in typical Manus way, there is always a buai daka and a smoke in there. So I'll now ask Mr. Pokawin to make the presentation.
Thank you, Peter. Longhan Mimi Holim Triple basket. This is a basket Usadman Yukarim. Now you walk about and about Em Long Hai Blomi Plandi, Em Manus. Now by reply give him this triple basket, marking provincial geta through lo displa road where you become bong wantem. No give him Igolong family. Inside of this basket, the District Development Authority, Manus Province, Committee, na Salim Ikam, no Yumi Holim, na Yumi give him Igolong family. Now inside of this basket, you got 50,000 kina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pokawin. While he's making the presentation, we will have a couple of more items. So we'll ask our string band to play a typical 5-key Manus string band in respect of our late Grand Chief, Michael Thomas Somare. So string band guys, can you organize yourself? Whilst they're organizing that, we'll have one number from them, and then we'll have one solo performance by Mr. Roger Sasa, who will then sing one or two gospel songs, and then we'll retire for the night. It's Papu Strings, and they'll be playing the song Papu Michael Somare.
Arim Jaupai Singa Sore belong you me, long must be long manus promise. One peles, laban you die pini. Preci semai somare, Ima kinu. Lord, peace in country independence. Oh, sorry, my dear Somare, legacy blow you by star. Friendship, say my dear Somare, Ima kinu. Lord, peace in country independence. Oh, sorry, my dear Somare, legacy blow you by star. Honorable, say my dear Somare, and back blow you by star. Honorable, say my dear Somare, and back blow you by star.
Hello, Uro, Purple Strings. We will continue with our last item. I will invite Roger Sasa to set up. He's going to sing a gospel song. And then after that, we don't go yet. We have the Prime Minister and his powerful choir group who will share with us our last gospel songs before we conclude for the night. So please remain after this item. Then we'll have the Prime Minister and his team. And then he will conclude our evening of morning tonight.
when I'm weary from the struggle of it all. So I listen, oh how I listen for his call. Heaven sounding sweeter all the time. Seems like lately it's been always on my mind. Someday I'll leave this world behind with heaven sounding sweeter all the time. It's so hard to lose your loved ones to the grave, but we have this blessed hope that Jesus gave. For my God will wipe the tears from your eyes. When we meet him in that bright land beyond the sky, heaven sounding sweeter all the time. Seems like lately it's been always on my mind. Someday I'll leave this world behind, 'cause heaven sounding sweeter all the time. Heaven sounding sweeter all the time. Seems like lately it's been always on my mind. Someday I'll leave this world behind, 'cause heaven sounding sweeter all the time. 'Cause heaven sounding sweeter all the time.
Thank you very much, Roger Sasa. Roger is one of our talented Manusian musicians, and perhaps he's exposed his talent from time to time. If you require, his voice is always available. Ladies and gentlemen, our dignitaries, that concludes our morning ceremony for Manus community. On behalf of our leaders, on behalf of our elite, on behalf of our people, our citizens of Manus who are with us tonight, I'd like to take this opportunity to express a great thank you to our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, Governor Alan Bird, Member for Aethabelumi, Mr. Patrick Pruitt, for being with us here, representing the family of Grand Chief Michael Somare, our great leaders, ministers, members of parliament who are still with us tonight. We really appreciate your time to be with us in sharing our last evening of mourning. With that, thank you, True. Louis Brother, Big Black, good night. I will now retire from the podium, and I will ask our Master of Ceremony to retake the center stage. Thank you very much. Wuro, good night, Louis Brother.
Thank you very much, Peter Chalapan, moderator for the Manus Province segment this evening. Today marks 7 days on, and still the tributes pour in. Tomorrow, we see Eastern Highlands Province and Chimbu come to pay their respects and tributes. Tributes have poured in for the late Grand Chief from within PNG and abroad. Fiji Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama said the Grand Chief was an architect of regional unity, and Fiji had indeed lost a dear friend. Prime Minister Bainimarama acknowledged the friendship between the late Grand Chief and Fiji's former late Prime Minister Ratuse Kamasisimara. Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare said the late Grand Chief was a political pioneer and a pillar of strength, not only for PNG but for Melanesia and the wider Pacific region. The Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said the late Grand Chief was the champion of sovereignty and the independence of the people of PNG. He added the Grand Chief was an extraordinary man of his generation. As we close this program, I call upon the head of this country, Chief Mourner for the National House Cry, Prime Minister Honorable James Marape with his choir group, the Footprints Choir Group, to present a tribute to the late Grand Chief Michael Somare. And prior to our Prime Minister becoming a politician, as I'm reliably told, he is from Low Island in Manus Province, and he is giving his tribute as well as part of the Manus contingent.
Master of Ceremony, no can out get a secret, please. But me like talk tribe la wuro long all line blame me long manus. Thank you, Thomas. Long yibla kam tete, come backside long line blame me long autonomous region of Bougainville, as well as Olain Loenga province, for the great respect you miss long passing custom. Bianim Lekmak long all leaders, na history blayumi as a country. And so thank you to Mas Longubla Pasin. And I apologize sincerely for the delay or the length of time we are spending in this place. But there is only one Michael Thomas Somare. There's only one country called Papua New Guinea. There's only one moment. In fact, the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 says, and if you read down, God plans everything. There's a time to born and a time to die. There's a season for everything. And so I say thank you very much to the entire country, and especially those who paid for the data to what is being uplinked from Sejong Gai Stadium. And I thank all the media outlets for broadcasting this event and telecast it throughout our country, and especially also to the outside world who are tuning in to see what is happening. To someone who's likened to many global prominent leaders. Today mixing one blood text from Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, Let me talk, and me read him long English. Sorry for the delay in responding, James. I am about to head over to see your High Commissioner and sign the condolence book for Sir Michael. I am sorry that I will not be able to attend the funeral. Health restrictions prevent my attendance. We will, however, as a mark of respect, be lowering our flags to half-mast in Australia, which is rarely done. It was also done for Nelson Mandela. I will also be leading a condolence motion in our Parliament when Parliament resumes on Monday week. We wish to do all we practically can to honor Sir Michael and pay our respect to you and our PNG family and to the Somares. God bless, brother. And so, the country from which Grand Chief Somare and his compatriots ask for us to be released to become a sovereign state will this week, as we present Somare in his final moments, be also lowering the flag in half-mast in respect. And as indicated, Lord Displa text, the last time they did was for Nelson Mandela. And our very own Grand Chief, the father of our nation, is held in high regards right across the world, and for Australia to give that respect is a dignity only reserved for few global statesmen, and we appreciate the kind gesture that is brought in. And thank you very much. It's only one in a lifetime moment, and we are privileged to be living in this moment where history is made, where history is now unveiling also for the next phase of life, where the founding fathers of a nation are passing on, and the baton and the torch and the hope for this nation, a thousand tribe, is being passed on to the next generation. And I thank every one of you for your continual support and show of respect for this great man. My brothers here and I, we will sing 3 songs, if you can bear with us. Songs that have message in them. Our nation must be built with strong character. And it is time like this when we have shown unity. And I'd like to push further that this unity must be deeply embedded in the Christian principles we have in our country. I have many stories with the Grand Chief, but I'll pass 2 experiences for the country to know that he was truly a deep believer in the sovereign God of the universe, the God of our country, and Jesus Christ. I am a sinner. I don't come close to the character of St. Michael, but something that I've learned from him and something that I also believe is something that I want to share this moment in these Sabbath hours, that this nation must have the character of deep and sincere character of Christianity for us to live beyond the era of Somares and into the future. For a diverse nation of us cannot live into the uncertainty of future without the forever presence of Jesus Christ. Somare is one of his kind. He's lived and is now rested. His memory will go on with us into the future. But he taught me, he pointed me in his dying moments that his life is in the hands of his Creator. I was greatly privileged to pay him a visit on the 14th of February. That Sunday I was myself not strong. I was a little bit sick from my hectic traveling throughout our country. But a call was placed to me that the Grand Chief needed to see you. And I went to his house at 4 Mile. 4 of his 5 children were there, minus Junior Somare, Sana, Ata, Beta, Dalciana received me and into the presence of this great man. I was sitting outside his porch, and he himself pronounced to me that he was very ill. But he was smiling when he made that pronouncement. And I said, sir, for all you've done to our country, we're willing to send you for further investigations and further care. If not in PNG, then elsewhere. And he looked at me and gave me a usual Somare smile, and he said, Prime Minister, God sometimes shortcut things. In his own words, God sometimes shortcut things. If I need to go, I will advise you. If I don't need to go, I will also advise you tomorrow. We're in the hands of God. And before I got up, he said, Prime Minister, can you please go in and pay respect to Lady? I reserve those conversations I've had with them because it's quite private. Private in the sense that it was a conversation he made to me in the presence of his children. Amongst them was an indication of his desire to be at Wewak and not here, though it wasn't direct. But he was very conscious of his life. And in those few moments I spent with him, he knew his life was in the hand of his Creator. I am reminded of one of the first moments in which he asked me to deputize in his absence. I was privileged to also be his minister in his cabinet. In 2009, I rose to be his deputy party leader in the NA circles when the Honorable Don Polio then was asked to go back for by-elections. And the first task he conferred to me at the time in July 28, 2009, was for me to go and deputize in a PNG Council of Church and a Body of Christ sanctioned event that was what to become the Repentance Day in our country. Sir Michael walked with God every step of the way until his demise. And for the country that is in mourning, I, as your Prime Minister, speaking in these holy hours of Sabbath, can tell you I don't have every answers to satisfy every need of our citizens, including keys to give you long life. That is something that belongs to God himself. And our nation must be forever reminded in the diversity we have through unity cannot be measured by words that comes from people like myself. Only greater people like Somare was able to unite us. Stepping on into the future in the absence of greats or the greatest like Somare, we can truly remain united forever as one country. And it moved me this evening to see Bougainvilleans coming out. We have greater challenge in holding the unity and sanctity of our union in the face of the referendum they had. We had greater challenge in our economy. We had greater challenge in ensuring our health system stand up in the face of COVID-19. We have greater challenge in mourning the passing of not just Grand Chief Somare, but many, many who went down with Somare in the last 2 weeks. There are many Papua New Guineans known in their own circles, women and men who also passed on when the great man fell. Many also fell. This is the reality that stares in us, and as your Prime Minister, let me point to each and every one of you. Man has no permanent solution to good life on planet Earth. In fact, life on planet Earth comes with pain, sorrow, care, and hardship. There's a greater life beyond this life. In fact, in the book of Ecclesiastes, and it's a very beautiful book that I take and draw some of my philosophies in life against. You read on when it says there's a season for everything. You read Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verses 9. It says, there's an eternity God planted in every heart of every man. There's an eternity awaiting and beyond this life. We will sing to you a song called The Awesome God. That awesome God is the one who created this universe, created this country called Papua New Guinea, and before you and me had any input in it, was able to plant the DNA combination for what became Michael Thomas Somare, in whose life we are reminiscing and celebrating tonight and for the last few nights and for the next few days and few evenings. I'll invite my brothers for us to sing The Awesome God. And as we sing The Awesome God, I want our country and our people listening in, forget about your differences. If this one person called Michael Thomas Somare can unite our country, and I've had the privilege of working with him, some of the core values he had, stable family, vision-focused, country first, not civic first, not manus first, country first, and God being his anchor in life. I want to point our country to these core, fundamental, basic principles that we can do well as a nation. Awesome God is the song we will sing.
Test.
We gather here before you, Lord. We gather here as your children, come to our sins and set us free. In your presence we come. You are awesome God, the know best of all, our Father, Lord, and coming King. Your awesome ways comes raising tears. Your blessed name words thirst. In you we have living victory. You are our home, Son God. Jehovah Jireh, we praise your name. All blessings freely flow from thee. We exalt you, everlasting God. Heal our wounded soul today. You are awesome God, you know best of all, our Father, Lord, and coming King. Your awesome ways comes raising sea. Your blessed name burns thirst. In you we have living You're my coming King.
Your awesome way.
Your awesome way.
Comes great to see.
You said peace be
Your
still.
blessed name.
I awesome God.
Worship.
You can worship.
In you we have.
Yes, we have.
Living victory.
Oh, you are our
awesome God.
mighty God.
You are our awesome God.
My God.
You are our awesome God. You know that awesome God is the God of the universe and He's God of our country. He is the God who held our country together for the last 45 years and allowed Grand Chief to be part of our country's history, in fact, having the greatest history, greatest impact, I beg your pardon. It reminds me of a song as we live in this morning period, a Christian song that we all sing in Sabbaths or Sunday services. It's a song that was written in the 1800s. A successful businessman called Mr. Spafford, he had a successful law firm he was running in Chicago. He had many travesties in his own life. Lost a son in 1871. His law firm was burnt in a big fire of the 1871 in Chicago. 1873, he sent his wife and 4 daughters on a voyage back to England. Yet, the journey in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, the ship crashed. The wife was rescued, 4 daughters perished. She wrote in a telegram back from Cardiff at Wales. The telegram reached her husband's office. It read, "Saved alone. 4 daughters perished." And in tears and in pain, the husband wrote this song. It is well with my soul. To the SOMARE family and the people of East Sepik, to my country, fellow citizens, in the uncertainty of moment as we stepped into the future without our elders, and in fact without the watch over the greatest of all our leaders, let us have the ability to say, it is well, it is well. God give it and God take it. We in the care of our Master and Creator, the awesome God. The song, "It is well with my soul."
With peace like a river attended my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll. Whatever, my Lord, thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. My sin, oh, the joy of this glorious dawn. My sin, not in part, but the whole. It is well with my soul. With my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. And Lord, haste the day when my faith shall be sight. The clouds be rolled back as a scroll. The trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul, for it is well. It is well with my soul. With my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. Come, whatever happens in your life, if you're with your Lord and Savior, you will be able to say, it is well with my soul. We live life on earth. Psalms 90 verse 10 says, 70 years. By the grace of God, 80. I keep on reminding many house cries that I visit. Plenty house cry me round me all talk talk. Papua New Guineans no can think you got 100 years long stop. 70 years that's all. You believe man, you go read in Bible and me talk long Psalms 90 verse 10. 70 years that's all. And it was written 4,000 years ago. If you're lucky, 80. Grand Chief, by the grace of God, had an extension of life from 2011 or earlier. He died at 84. He lived over and above the average global lifespan, which is 72 as I speak. Bible says 70 to 80. And in moments like this, as we worry about and think about our country, I also point to you, for the total sum of the character of a nation is built by individual character of every citizen. I ask you, stop alcohol and abuse of your body. Stop drug and abuse of your body. Stop cigarette and abuse of your body. Many young Papua New Guineans are abusing body and terminating their lives much earlier than Somare's 84. We are dying at 50s. We are dying at 30s. One young person I visited a house cry about a month ago. He was living on cokes only and not water. In these sort of moments, we must speak conversation about living beyond this life. Somare and his peers have taken us thus far. Our character of a nation must be built to sustain our country going forward whilst awaiting Christ to come back. I want to conclude with my brothers in this song. In your moments of pain, to the Somare family, the vacuum can only be filled with Jesus. Sometimes we may never understand what has taken place. But let us remind ourselves there are others who die at stillbirth. There's some who die early on. Brother Ray Paul here lost his first son only 18 months, when he was 18 months old. Death is part of human life. Let us appreciate God, celebrate life, and for those who are still alive, think about our own life, on how we could live positively, contribute in the time we are alive, and contribute to your family, to your country, and to your God, and hopefully securing your own eternity when your time is called up yonder. We'll sing this last song to conclude our evening. Lord, help me walk. Lord, help me walk another mile, just one more mile. I'm tired of walking all alone. And Lord, help me smile, another smile, just one more smile. I just can't make it on my own. I never thought I needed help before. I thought that I could do things by myself. And now I know I just can't make it anymore. With a humble heart on bended knees, I'm begging you, please help me. Come down from your golden throne to me, only me. I could feel the touch of your tender care. Yes. Remove this chain of darkness and let me see. Lord, help me see just where I fit into your master plan. I never thought I needed help before. I thought that I could do things by myself. No, I can't, Lord. And now I know I just can't make it anymore. With a humble heart on bended knees, I'm begging you, please help me. I never thought I needed help before. I thought that I could do things by myself. No, I can't, Lord. And now I know I just can't make it anymore. With a humble heart on bended knees, I'm begging you, please help me. With a humble heart on bended knees, I'm begging you, please help me. Thank you very much, and I am not ashamed to say, government and public service and citizens on our own cannot survive the challenges our country faces going on into the future. We need God on your individual side, and we need God on our collective side as we step into the future that has many, many issues that will still confront us well after we've buried our Grand Chief. On behalf of my co-host, Governor Pakop, and the organizing team here, I appreciate again tonight's three groups, people from the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, our Manus friends, and our people from Enga Province. And to those who are listening in and paying respect throughout our country, and those who are tuning in from abroad, may the legacy of SOMARE now and into the future unite us as do Christ do unite us. May we all stand up for closing benediction. Gracious Father in heaven, I am a chief of sinner, but in my sinfulness you have placed me for such a time when under my stewardship Sir Michael has passed on. That he was a deep family man, he was a deep clan leader, people-centered leader, and he anchored his leadership on the Christian teachings that he grew with. As the nation mourns one more night in his passing, may we look into his character and have a snippet of his character that truly our nation can learn from. And something that I have learned is that he's never left his Christian teachings every step of this way. I point to Christianity tonight as the nation mourns. May the unifying love of the Christian God we serve unite our country today and forevermore into the future until you come back for this great Jesus. We pray in your precious name. Amen. All right, Malcolm, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Invited guests, members of Parliament, representatives of the SOMARE family. This is where we end the program this evening. Thank you very much for your tributes. Have a safe journey home. Tomorrow on the 6th day, of course, we will have Eastern Highlands and Simbu. With that being said, have a top safe evening. God bless.